2 races so far, which would be an all-time low. So we are extending their season. There is no championship date set yet, but that'll be announced soon. You can follow us on all of our social media, including our website at www.newegyptspeedway.net, and keep track of all the news, and that will be one of the things that will be announced soon, as we will have a new date for the Rookie Championship. We are going to continue to run rookies each night. The sportsmen are here for the foreseeable future to get some races under their belts before we graduate them and crown a champion.
Folks watching home right now, we've got about 56 people tuned into our YouTube live stream. Don't forget, please hit that like and subscribe button. So important you hit that subscribe button. If you're watching right now from home on YouTube, please hit the subscribe button, and that'll help us ensure that we keep this YouTube stream free moving forward. Something new that GM Chris Moore is trying out this year. And Pete, right now, you can see it on the monitor at home. It says hot laps in the upper left-hand corner. Our race director, Jim Mitch, is in place. We're just going to take another lap or two with the Packer trucks out there. They dumped a lot of water on the track to try to keep it kind of in this intense sunshine and long daylight hours as wet as possible. Today is the summer solstice, the first full official day of summer, the longest day of the year, with about 14 and a half hours of daylight here in central New Jersey. So a lot of work, a lot of effort going into keep the track nice and moist throughout the evening on what is the beginning of a multi-day heat wave here in the Mid-Atlantic and Northeast region. So, one of our Northeast wingless sprint cars making his way onto the track. As we get set for hot laps, we believe we're going to start with the wingless sprint cars. And unlike in months past, we do bring out the cars by division now, as opposed to bring everybody out and then park them in the infield. We tried this the last time we raced, which seems like 18 weeks ago, but it was really a month ago. And it worked out well. So, yeah, here comes Heidi Hedden, some more of the wingless sprint cars, Pete. So, we're back underway here at New Egypt. It's been a long time, but we're going to see what these race cars are meant to do instead of stay dry in a garage.
Now, if that 600 XCEL modified could push that modified, that would be impressive. Fortunately, he was able to stop right behind Corey Cormier back there. There's one of them 600 XL modifieds coming by here. You can see that they are quite a bit smaller, a little smaller than our sprint cars, as a matter of fact. Very similar in size to the midgets that have run here in the past and micro sprints. Neat little deal for them to run on a track this size. It'll be fun to see what they can do.
For these 600 modified drivers, they are used to running tracks as small as an 1/8 mile and as large as a 3/8 mile. And this is about as big as they get. And Pete, you've got some of the names here, some of the cars I recognize. Yeah, you're going to keep an eye on the number 9 of Richie Hitzler. He is a very strong competitor. He likes the big tracks. See him win a bunch at Linda's on the small quarter mile, and also seen him at the big 3/8, a big diamond that kind of drives similar to here. So these cars do get around quite well for the size of the cars versus the size of the track.
Well, we'll try to introduce you to some of them here as they come by. And that number 9 right here is Richie Hitzler. That is who Big Jim was talking about. So keep your eye. Nice looking car, purple and white there. The 10T is Tyler Fronina. He was the winner the last time they ran a big track 2 weeks ago at the Bridgeport Speedway. They run on the big track there when they do go there. Griffin Hendershot's in the 4X, the Van Horn Sand and Gravel 4X coming down here on the front stretch. Right behind him in the number 8 is Tiffany Hitzler. Tiffany Hitzler in the number 8. The 15 right there coming down the front stretch is Jimmy Stong. Jimmy Stong, a second-generation driver, the son of Jay Stong, used to run modifieds at East Windsor and Bridgeport. The 127 coming by here on the front straightaway is Corey England. He won last week at Linda's. So he is the last winner on the tour in the very last race they ran. He's now over in turn number 2 in that black and white number 127 with the fluorescent pink trim. On the front straightaway here, the 20K is now out on the track. The orange number 20K, that is Chad Kreiser. Chad Kreiser in the 20K. The 31 coming underneath the flagger stand here is Gage Landis. Gage Landis in the 31. Gage, another second-generation driver. 5B is Bobby Butler. Of course, he's a former champion here in this Northeast Wingless Sprint Car division, as a matter of fact. The 5S right in front of him, Geo Sutton. Geo Sutton in the 5S. Jason Mills is in the 23 over in turn number 1. They'll run 2 heats, 6 in each heat. There's a Corey England fan right in front of me. That's his dad, Keith. So 12 of the 600 cc's come out. The number 29 here, that's a new one. That is Doug Newbegin. Doug Newbeginning. Some of the modifieds out there. Got some vintage cars as well. There's the Ringo's Rocket. Ryan, go down. And, of course, Whitey Miller's 18W out there. And Whitey, of course, we lost Whitey this week. A grassroots racer from the beginning. Always supporting many tracks and all kinds of events at different speedways. He did everything from racing and flagging, and there is a very extensive obituary written in Area Auto Racing News, which is excellent, and is an excellent read about what a great guy Whitey Miller was. And he raced here for many years, up until you've seen that 18W, probably the last time he raced street stocks. Pat Wall in the 5W here running modified tonight. Prime Design Landscape number 27, of course, is TVD Tanner Van Doren. Will Dupree's here in the 2D. The 5 is Jack Butler. The Flying Dutchman over in turn number 1. Corey Cormier in the 26R right behind him. There's the Dave's Equipment Sales. Vlakovicek Racing 3V of Dominic Buffalino. There's Go Down going by again of Steve Davis with the 13. Last time we raced here, one of the sportsman cars was that 13 was Tommy Klimkowski. I don't know if that's the same one. He was going to get his painted. He had just bought it from Steve Davis. This is modifieds here tonight, and that could be Steve Davis. I'll see when the lineups come up. That's probably Steve Davis's newer car. There's Matt Stangl in the house tonight in the Ace Materials number 6. Johnny Bangs in the 323, the Valco Wheels 323. Brian Cool out on the Speedway in the 37, just going into the infield on the backstretch. The 7 is Chris Garback. Brian Cool in the 37, the 72 on the backstretch going into turn 3 is Jim Houseworth. Here on the front stretch, the 27 of Frank Venezia, and right next to him, the Crescent Hydraulics 24 of DJ Hunt. Hunt getting the motor replaced. And DJ, a graduate from these 600 XCEL modifieds, as a matter of fact. Pat Wall coming by. The 79 is Davey Salmons, of course, the Pioneer Pole Building number 79. Tom Princiata making his first appearance of the year in the Brandon Solarski Racing number 32. Cole Stengel in the house in the 20C going by here on the front straightaway. Paul Mancini now out on the track in the 7M. '51M, that is Wade Hendrickson, the Flying Farmer, coming by here in the K&N Excavating 51M. Kevin Borden in the 928, Anthony Tramontana in the 13T. The Marvels Portable Welding number 1, that is the kid's kid, Billy Pouch Jr. The 2B right here, that is Christopher Buffalino, Chris Buffalino in the K&N Excavating 2B. That is a Crate Sportsman car, I believe. Of course, the Sportsman not here tonight, may be running modifieds with him.
Quite a few street stocks also here. Patrick Force is in the number 18. Of course, Rob Ormsby going into turn number 1. And the John Blewett Incorporated North American Construction ERS Fleet Repair number 19. 4-time New Egypt Speedway track champion. Corey Fleming, I think I saw him. Brian Ludwig's in the 94 in the infield. Shane Grosso in the SK Racing number 17 is lined up in the street stocks.
Want me to take a picture? You're gonna do it? That's all.
So a good variety of different types of automobiles here tonight, Pete. We've got the mini modifieds, the XL modifieds, street stocks, wingless sprint cars, and the mighty modifieds, along with the yesteryear vintage machines. So we're going to start with the sprint cars, I believe, for a quick hot lap session. We'll turn them loose in just a little bit once all the other cars exit the speedway surface.
I count 9 of the sprint cars out on the track for hot laps. Joseph Brown and that got that new car, that yellow car. He was here with nothing on it last time because he got it a few hours earlier. Got it painted up with the 5J and all his sponsors on it here tonight. Nice looking yellow and blue paint scheme for Joseph Brown.
That'll certainly stand out once the lights come on a little bit later.
On the other side by himself, well, he's got Lexi Wilson there in the 1W. Looks like she may be here for some practice too. I'm not sure if they're running modifieds.
Ronnie Pavia in the 83 coming past the start-finish line. Got to watch him last week at Bridgeport in that 83. And he made the transition from street stocks to sprint cars work for him. Mick D'Agostino, our buddy from Massachusetts in the 91D.
Joe Reed's in Whitey Miller's car.
Joe Reed behind the wheel of the Whitey Miller 18W. Great to see that race team here tonight, of course, with heavy hearts, racing in memory of the legend Whitey Miller.
I think he's running with. No, there he is. 3.E2. Yeah, Joe Reed. It's spelled right there. It's spelled wrong there. Why? They got him with the vintage cars. Is there another 18W there?
No, I think that's better in here.
Well, he.
Joey Beyer out there in the 57. Greg Shepsis in the 75. Sean Gilmore from right here in New Egypt in the 29A sprint car for this hot lap session. Frank Franco out of Mount Vernon's in the 186. We like to call Joe Beyer Jersey Joe in the 57. Surprised he won last week. He usually comes from Bridgeport.
Yeah, I guess. Some zoo, some don't. I don't know what the deal is.
So another lap or two, and then we'll turn the sprint car drivers loose.
– 25 modifieds signed in and in there for hot laps. Yeah. And folks, for those of you watching at home on YouTube, on our live free YouTube stream, be sure and hit that subscribe button. Our streaming is brought to you this week by Valco Wheels. You'll see that sponsorship on the bottom. Sponsors helping us to keep this free for you, the fans, to be able to watch the happenings here at the New Egypt Speedway. Green flag coming out for a sprint car hot laps for the 9 sprint cars here. Oh, checkered flag coming out to end the session at 29 going into turn number 1. That is a newcomer, first time out, the 29A of Sean Gilmore from New Egypt. There's Greg Shepsis going by in the 75. Of course, you saw Frank Frasco out there in the 186. Frasco, former sportsman, crate sportsman driver, as the 600cc Mike modifieds coming out. The XCEL 600 modifieds. 12 of them signed in. All 12 will come out for their hot lap session at one time here. We'll let them spread out a little bit. Plenty of room between them. Kind of.
For decades since these cars were here on the big track at New Egypt Speedway, but good to see the 600 start to do a little traveling back into New Jersey. And though they will get around here quite well, do not let the size of these cars fool you. They are running 600cc power plants, the same as the 600cc micro sprints you've seen at Kutztown and Bridgeport and all over Pennsylvania and Delaware. Same power plant. Cars about the same size as you were saying, a midget. And they scaled down modifieds, providing full size excitement.
Yellow coming out. Bobby Butler is slow on the front straightaway. The other number 5 of Geo Sutton, I believe, had the fastest lap at 20.565. Doug Newbeginning in the 26.76. lap. He's in the 29. He had the second fastest time. And Richie Hitzler was at 21.024 in the number 9. They were the 3 fastest. Bobby Butler getting the car back going again, and he will head to the pits there at last there in that black number 5B. All right, modifieds coming out on the track. Johnny Bangs leads them out in the 323. Chris Garback close behind him in the number 7. The 6 of the Dominator, Danny Buck. Buck, one of the 2 feature winners in the Twin 20s down at Georgetown last Friday night. That was a week ago. Buck, our 2020 champion as well. Corey Cormier in the 26R is on the backstretch. He's out of Otisville, New York. Cormier making New Egypt his home for the first time in his career after only being here once before. Frank Venezzi is in the 27 on the backstretch. Right in front of him is the 2D of Will Dupree. Brian Kuhl is in the 37, and the 32 is Tom Princiata and the Brandon Solarski Racing number 32, first appearance of the year. Of course, Princiata has had New Egypt as his home for numerous years, off and on. Starting in the Sportsman, and I believe he started in the rookie division, actually. Paul Mancini out there out of New Gretna in the 7M. Over in turn number 3. And first hot lap session for the modifieds.
right, checker coming out on the field. Fastest lap was Danny Buck at 18.554. Brian Cool 18.731. And then Tom Princiata at 19.060. They were your three fastest in that first session. Second session is led out onto the Speedway by TVD Tanner Van Doren in his second year as a regular here, finishing the top 5 in points last year. Still looking for his first career win here at New Egypt Speedway. Dominic Buffalino right behind him in the Dave's Equipment Sales number 3V. Joseph Brown in the 5J, new paint scheme for him. He kept that yellow that the car came in when it was delivered to him and put a nice blue number on it. A lot of sponsors on that car. Joseph Brown in the 5J. Steve Davis with us tonight, the Premio Saucers number 13. The Flying Farmer Wade Hendrickson is in the K&N Excavating number 51M. The 13T, the white, green, and black car on the backstretch, that is Anthony Tramontana from Vineland. Davey Salmons is in the 79, the Pioneer Pole Building number 79. Right behind him in the STTC number 5W is Pat Wall. And they spread themselves out, and we are going green second of 3 sessions of hot laps for the modified. Pat Wall, a modified competitor here for numerous years, has switched back to sportsman champion. Here with the modifieds tonight, not sure if that is a different engine or if that is just his crate car. Checkered flag down the front for Davey Salmons and Pat Wall. See what times we got here. Anthony Tramontana has gone to the top at 18.491. 18.491 for Anthony Tramontana. Wade Hendrickson, 18.495. Danny Buck still at 18.554 would be third. Dominic Buffalino now fourth at 18.571. And Davey Salmons at 18.578. Tanner Van Doren sixth at 18.597. And Brian Cool at 18.731. They are the only cars under 19 seconds. The top 7. Tramontana, Hendrickson, Buck, Buffalino, Salmons, Van Doren, and Cool. All right, last session coming out. Looks like Paul Mancini and Danny Buck possibly staying out here. DJ Hunt let him out in the Creston Hydraulics 24. He's out in the backstretch right behind him in McNichol Lawn and Property Maintenance number 72 of Jim Houseworth. The kid's kid, Billy Pouch, in the number 1 on the backstretch. Pouch won the other Twin 20 down at Georgetown a week ago. Danny Buck staying out in the number 6. The 20C, first time here, I think, maybe ever. He may have been here once or twice before. That is Cole Stangl. Cole Stangl in the 20C. Matty Ice, Matt Stangl, has raced here many times. He's in the number 6. He's over in turn number 3. The Ringo's Rocket Ryan Go Down are one of the winners this year, as is Buck and Pouch. For the 3 races we run, Go Down's in the 26. Jack Butler is in the number 5. The 928 is Kevin Borden, and Paul Mancini staying out as well in the 7M as we go green.
Checker flag comes out on the third and final modified session and rising to the top of the speed chart. Coming in at 18.216 seconds. The kid's kid, Billy Pouch Jr., your fast timer. Followed by Matty Ice, Matt Stangl. And by the way, half the modified drivers just had a birthday last week. So happy birthday to all the modified drivers and Amy up here in the tower. It's about 5 or 6 different people who share a birthday this past Monday. Jack Butler, Billy Pouch, Ryan Godown, Matty Ice, and of course, Amy Schwed. Street Stocks on the track now for their hot lap session. Scotty Freeds in the 72. Brian Ludwig out of Pemberton's in the 94. Corey Fleming right there in that sharp-looking 704. Mike Baldwin back with us in the 10, as is Chris Allen Sr. from up the street in Wrightstown in the 98. Jeff Handel in the 11H. Shane Grosso in the 17. Patrick Force is in the 18. Rob Ormsby's in the 19. Joe Reed in the Whitey Miller 18W. And welcome back to Gary Klimchek in the number 11. So we have about 11 or 12 street stocks here. They're all up. We got trouble in turn 4. Looks like Baldwin goes around. And that could be the 18W into the side of him. I did not see what happened. So Mike Baldwin pulls away and Joe Reed pulls away. Looks like I don't see any damage on the 18W. We got a replay. All right, so Mike Baldwin goes around and, oh boy, just a little love tap by Joe Reed. Just a tap. No harm, no foul. Street Stocks winding it back up. Checker flag comes out on the street stocks. We have a couple of Crate Sportsman drivers here going to take a hot lap. Lexi Wilson is in the 1. And we've got one more car back there. The 2B is Christian Buffalino. Christopher Buffalino. And our vintage competitors. Looks like we have 7 vintage automobiles with us. We know the Fletcher machine on the 141. Pete, do you remember who's driving the other cars out here? You have a list.
Well, that's true. I have a list. Scott Fricks is in the number 3. So that is the statewide replica, and that is Whitey Miller's old vintage car, and that car is probably going to pace the field here when they do a tribute to him in their event. The 707 is Nick Marco. Walt Sook is in the 27 Junior. Fred Fletcher's in the C141. Jack Patterson's in the 43. Jim Hawks is in the 29. And the 92 is Steve Taylor. And of course, Lexi Wilson getting some practice out there with the 1W. We have debris in turn 3. That's why the yellow came out. Debris in turn 3. So there's Fred Fletcher coming by. Really nice looking 141 coupe. The 29 rolling by. That, of course, is Jim Hawks. Hawks has run a few different divisions here in the past. Steve Taylor in the 92 going down there. Of course, that's the old Harry Taylor number 92. Going past him, and in front of him is Nick Marco in the replica of the Paul Deasy's old number 707. The 27 Junior is Walt Sook. He's in the middle of the backstretch. That's an early 90s vintage modified, or late 80s. And that 43 coupe is Jack Patterson going down the backstretch. And Lexi Wilson will be given a laps on her own here, and I believe they'll bring Chris Buffalino out too in the 2B. Well, Buffalino's moving now. So Lexi Wilson getting a couple of laps in here with her Crate Sportsman after she came out to practice tonight. Folks, if you're watching at home, we are getting ready. We will be starting at 6:30. Folks, if you're here, all the kids here, the only run for the kids club for the bus through the pits tonight will be at 6:30, which is in 14 minutes. Right out front, any kids that want to ride the kids club bus through the pits need to be out front in 13 minutes now. And for those of you at home watching live stream at home, we are only about 13 minutes from going green on our first event, and less than that for our opening ceremonies. As Big Jim making his way down trackside and Chris Buffalino rolling out in the 2B to take a few laps here. I believe it's his first time here. Folks, our YouTube free live stream is sponsored this week by Valco Wheels. Valco Wheels stepping up to sponsor our YouTube broadcast tonight. And that is open to be sponsored each and every week here and have your logo at the bottom of the screen. We're having over 1,000 viewers in the last couple times we've had it at one time, and we've had close to 9,000 hits the last time. So you get a lot of exposure for your sponsor. You could have your logo on the bottom right-hand corner of the screen for the entire evening, for the entire broadcast, and for anybody who watches it in the future. All the hits you get after the fact that people couldn't watch it on Saturday live. So something to think about. And if you want to be a nightly sponsor of that, contact Chris Moore at our office during the week. Dominic Antonelli bringing his 4-cylinder out here. I'm going to give him a couple of laps. We got some minutes, so this works out well. And if you're watching on YouTube and you like what you see, hit that subscribe button. Become our new best friend. And that helps us get more exposure and keep this free, as does our sponsors. And once again, thanks to Valco Wheels. We'll be mentioning them throughout the night, but you'll be seeing their logo on the bottom right-hand corner of the screen. Whoa, Dominic Antonelli getting around hot over there in turn number 4 here during hot laps. Now he's got it back under him. Never lost the handle, but he was on the verge. Trying to get around as quick as he can here. About 11 minutes till start time here at the New Egypt Speedway on what is a warm but nice night here in the Pine Barrens of New Jersey. White flag out on Antonelli. Dom the Bomb is, if you've never seen the 4 cylinders run or you've never been to New Egypt and you're watching at home, his fan club is called the Bomb Squad. They are quite vocal on race night as Antonelli gets the checkered flag down the front. Folks, be sure and check out our concession stands. They are open for your pleasure here as the track crew will come out and work the top side of the track there on where that cushion's starting to build up and take some laps around here. They got the water truck out there and the big tire roller. So they'll pack down the top side of the track before we go racing. Of course, the modifieds here tonight. Danny Buck is our current point leader by 12 points over Ryan Godown and 22 points over Billy Pouch Jr., who is in third. Paul Mancini and Tanner Van Doren are tied for fourth, followed by Jack Butler, Johnny Banks, Brian Cool, Jim Houseworth, and Davey Sammons. That's the top 10. Corey Cormier is currently 11th, and Buffalino and Wade Hendrickson tied for 12th. They are all here tonight to compete once again, as the water truck misting the speedway. course, the Northeast New England sprint cars were here, and they had hot laps before. And our current point lead is a tie between Shea Wills and Mick D'Agostino. D'Agostino, our defending champion. He's won 2 championships. But it looks, unless he's late coming here, it looks like D'Agostino will get the point lead tonight because Shea Wills is not here. Ronnie Pavia is in 3rd in his first season driving the sprint cars, moving up from the straight stocks. Heidi Hedden is currently 4th, and Joey Crilly is in 5th.
So just a couple laps to prepare the track. It's been a while since we've been together. It's been a long time. Good to see all the familiar faces once again. Some of you have been coming here for 20, 25 years. Yeah, longer than that, Dina says. But when you take a few weeks off, sometimes you forget who you're sitting next to. No, it's true. Those same people you've sat next to for 20 years, you've talked about your 3 divorces, your 4 kids growing up, and you can't remember their name when you don't see them for 3 weeks. They turn into, oh, that's a faded Billy Pouch shirt guy. So why don't we, because you don't want those awkward moments where you forget the people's name that you've been sitting next to, but it's been about a month. So on the count of 3, look to your left and right and tell everybody who you are. That way, nobody will have those awkward moments. 1, 2, 3, go. There. See how easy that was? Now all your anxiety has been calmed for a little bit. I like your name, Go Away. That was the best one. Mr. Knighton's going to sing our national anthem, but he's going to want all of you once again to sing along like we did a month ago when Rev and I did it. So I think we can do that and show our YouTube viewers how New Egypt Speedway does the national anthem. Of course, coming up on Tuesday, yes, it's going to be a hot one, but we have the Short Track Super Series coming back to the Garden State. We will have the Mighty Modifieds, the Sportsmen, and our own 4 cylinders. And Pete's got some, I think we have the times up there, but just pay attention to our Facebook page in case there's any adjustments with the time. It's supposed to be real hot Tuesday, so when you're coming out, bring a lot of water with you. 10 p.m. start, yeah, no, not on a work night. But we could run that show pretty quickly, though, if it is a little bit later start.
Hey, race fans, we have a car that needs to be moved. You're parked in a reserve spot. It's actually in spot number 2, which is very close up here. And you need to move your car. It is a Ford Burgundy Flex WLZ 49E. WLZ 49E Ford Burgundy Flex parked in reserve spot number 2. You need to move it immediately, please. Thank you. Wish a happy birthday to our pit steward, Clay Butler. Papa Clay, celebrating his birthday here at the Speedway. He wouldn't miss a Saturday night, I'll tell you that. So if you see Papa Clay throughout the night, make sure you tell him happy birthday. And for those of you watching at home on YouTube, sponsored by Valco Wheels tonight, here the Vintage Little League night at the New Egypt Speedway. We're going to step away for a commercial, and we'll be back with you in just a moment. We are watching YouTube.
Apparently, during the sprint car hot lap session, Brendan Hires buzzed the guardrail at the worst possible spot for our flag folks, and they got sprayed big time with wet clay that has stuck to everything down here.
1 and 2. Pouch on the outside, grabbing the lead off of turn 2 and down the back. Pouch showing the way on cruise control at this point as he charges past the white flag.
These highlights are brought to you by Belmont's Garage, located
There is a kids club shack down there you can go down to. Folks, we joined My Race Pass for live timing and scoring throughout the 2025 season, and along with the live timing and scoring, My Race Pass offers lineups and season-long point standings. Go to myracepass.com or download the app to follow along with your favorite track, series, and drivers for 2025. And, of course, as Big Jim was saying before, Short Track Super Series Dirty Jersey Short Track Super Series modifieds and the Sportsman and our 4-cylinders will be here. There'll be South Region point events for the modifieds and for the crate Sportsman. Our Swagger Factory Apparel crate Sportsman, as a matter of fact. So plan to be here on Tuesday night. That is just 3 nights from tonight. It's going to be a warm one. Make sure you hydrate. Come on out for a nice, cool, strong breeze from the modified Sportsman and 4-cylinders on the track here Tuesday night for the Short Track Super Series, the one and only appearance in the 2025 season for the STSS. All our caution flags each and every night here at the New Egypt Speedway, sponsored by the Roost Restaurant, a local American restaurant located just 10 minutes up the road in Cream Ridge at the Cream Ridge Golf Course. You can visit them on the web at theroostrestaurant.com. You can also search for them on Facebook. They have a Facebook page. And it's a great place to go after the races. And you get your first domestic beer free with your wristband, either a pit or grandstand wristband from the races every Saturday night.
Well, Pete, you were mentioning Christopher Buffalino when he came out in the hot lap session. He's going to be racing here Tuesday night, and we are told that he has been given clearance by the state police to race here. He will be the youngest driver by a few months over Paulie Hartwig, the youngest driver to compete at New Egypt Speedway in the modern era in a big car. So 50 years celebrating the Buffalino Racing 50-year anniversary, and Christopher, the newest addition to the Buffalino Racing clan. No problem. So another rising superstar, perhaps in the making, getting his debut on Tuesday in the Sportsman division with the Short Track Super Series. So keep your eye on that beautiful looking 2B Sportsman car. Orange and blue and white number 2B. You just saw him out here. He will be in action on Tuesday. We're just about ready. They're just putting a little bit of extra moisture up high. And we're going to try to keep the show moving once this is done. Thankfully, no weather threatening tonight. It was a bad one on Thursday, though. Our track hostess was telling us she's up in Keyport in the Bayshore in Monmouth County. They got slobber knocked up there. Still some folks without power up in Homedale and Marlboro up to the Keensburg area. Usually it cools off after storms, but this was the arrival of the heat wave, so. Another lap or two with the big equipment, and we should be underway to start our program tonight. And again, when Mr. Knighton sings the national anthem, he requests that the crowd sing along with him.
Folks, of course, Xtreme Diesel Performance is the sponsor of our street stock division racing here tonight. XDP is a leading retailer, distributor, and manufacturer of top quality OE, OER, and aftermarket diesel parts and accessories. Strategically positioned across the United States, XDP houses one of the largest and most diverse diesel-specific inventories in the industry. For the last 20 years, XDP has proudly served the diesel community and diesel industry across North America and Canada. Visit www.xtremediesel.com. That Xtreme starts with an X. www.xtremediesel.com to learn more. Fastline Performance, we're happy to have them on board this year as a sponsor of our rookie division, and is not here tonight. They are located in Chadwicks, New York. And their Fastline is your home for race-winning shocks, whether it be Fox, Penske, DIG, Bilstein, or Integra. And you can check them out on Facebook if you want to learn more about them. Swagger Factory Apparel sponsors our Crate Sportsman division, also not here tonight, but they bring you top-notch race gear crafted with precision and style. And with a legacy of over 20 years in the industry, their mission is to provide race enthusiasts with premium products that embody the essence of speed and quality. They provided all of New Egypt Speedway officials with their shirts and the infield fire suits. You can check them out on the web at www.swaggerfactory.com. Some other events coming up a week from tonight. Next Saturday night, it is the Bill Lika Memorial event for these XDP street stocks. It will be $1,310 to win to pay tribute to Bill and his number 310. The Swagger Factory Apparel Crate Sportsman, the Four Cylinders, and the Northeast Wingless Sprint Cars will all be here next Saturday night. They are accepting bonuses for this race. The payout is listed on Facebook all the way back at $75 to start and $1,310 to win. And right now there are about 10 different awards already, and they are accepting more. If you'd like to be someone who sponsors an award in the memory of Bill Leaka for the Bill Leaka Memorial for the XDP Street Stocks next Saturday night, please see Chris Moore. Chris Moore has sponsored $100 to the 9th place finisher, NS3 Racing $100 Hard Luck Award, Kelly Fleming $100 to the 3rd place finisher and $100 to the 10th place finisher. Brian Lobig is giving $25 extra to the 12th through 19th place finishers. Allison Simmons has put up $100 to the person who redraws the number 3. Dina and Dee Leach are putting up $200 for a Hard Charger Award. Jim Brown Racing Photos are giving away 11 by 14 photos. Joe Toth Racing is putting up $100 to whoever is 3rd on. It just says 3rd on lap. I'm not sure which lap. I was going to say the first one, but that's not what it says. It just says 3rd on lap. So Joe Toth putting up $100, and it will be whoever's running 3rd. Not sure which lap. We'll get clarification on that. And then Rusty Ironworks has put up $100 to the first Leaf Spring car to finish. Not every car runs Leaf Springs. 2 weeks from tonight, on Saturday, July 5th, it is Christmas in July. Modifieds, Swagger Factory Apparel Crate Sportsman, the Mass 305 Sprint Cars, and these XDP Street Stocks. Once again, they're here 3 straight weeks. And Christmas in July was a big deal back in the day, and we are bringing it back this year to have some fun with it and hopefully grow it in future years. Remember, you can check out everything on our website at www.newegyptspeedway.net. Valco Wheels bringing you everything on our broadcast tonight. We are just about ready to go with opening ceremony. As soon as the equipment clears the track, we have finished watering the track here for the start of our show. The sun is now on a very sharp angle, and some high clouds have covered it, so that has helped us out. And now that warm-ups are complete, we got that water down, and we're just packing it in, and we'll be ready to go here with opening ceremonies momentarily. We want to thank you for tuning in on YouTube to our free YouTube broadcast, as it has been all season long. Be sure and hit that subscribe button and become a subscriber. That way you can find the channel very easily. You'll see everything that gets posted because we put up other content besides the live broadcast, and all the previous live broadcasts are on YouTube as well. And having more and more subscribers helps us to keep this feed free and keep it coming each and every week. And also that is helped out by our sponsors, and our first sponsor is tonight, and that is Valco Wheels. If you have a business that would like to sponsor one night, please call Chris Moore at the main office here at New Egypt Speedway during the week and talk to him about it, as we are looking for sponsors for numerous nights going forward here. It's not an expensive sponsorship, just a sponsorship that kind of helps us cover the costs of putting out this broadcast. Of course, these things don't happen without some great people behind the scenes. We have 3 camera angles already that we use during this broadcast. Now, of course, Tuesday night is a short track Super Series race. They take over the Speedway for their event on Tuesday night.
Yeah, we want to welcome Dustin once again behind the main production controls and our director for our YouTube broadcast. Up on top, main camera, Mr. Ryan, Photog Ryan. And congratulations on retiring from a 25-year career from News 12. He retired a week ago. He was my cameraman for 8 of those years up there. So, congratulations to Ryan on retirement. And we'll have Frankie with us eventually on the backstretch pylon for our backstretch angle a little bit later on tonight.
So if you're watching online, something to keep in mind, we are free here for every event from the New Egypt Speedway unless it's a series event. When the series comes in, like this coming Tuesday on the Short Track Super Series, they have a deal in place for all their events. They take over the Speedway for the night, and it will be on their streaming channel, which they broadcast on Flow Racing. So all the action on Tuesday night will be through their normal broadcast. But you can pick every Saturday night here at the New Egypt Speedway. And this Tuesday is our only midweek show of the year. And the only other show I can think of that would not be on the free YouTube channel would be the World of Outlaws show in October. Of course, that's on Dirt Vision. They have their own channel, which they broadcast all of their events on. Every other event is not a series event that we run, so you should see them all here. That Short Track Super Series is always a great race, and we're looking forward to that. We've had some memorable finishes in that race. And some of the real top guys in points, of course, will be here. Their whole tour has a all-star who's who in short track racing for the tri-state area. And they'll all be here to compete for that point event on Tuesday night. And we want to thank everybody for tuning in. I know you're tuning in expecting to see racing, and the equipment is leaving the track, and we are about ready for our opening ceremony. So I'm going to send it down to Jim Murdoch. Jim, we got a lot of people waiting online, and we're going to send it down to you for our opening ceremonies.
Well, thank you very much, Pistol Pete. And it's that time again, folks. It's been about a month since we've last congregated here at the New Egypt Speedway. So everybody, please rise if you can and take off your headgear, as we will have Reverend Dan do our opening ceremonies. And Mr. Knighton's going to sing with you folks as well our national anthem. But before we begin, we just want to pay tribute to a racer here at New Egypt, a New Jersey racer, a grassroots racer right up until the end. Over this past week, we got the sad news that Whitey Miller has passed away. He began his racing career back in 1981. And anybody who's been to any New Jersey tracks, both paved or dirt, may have seen that old familiar 18W on one of your local tracks. Most recently, he raced here a few weeks ago. Got to hang out with him and talk to him in the pits a little bit. And for you Demo Derby fans, remember the old Sunday demos at Wall Stadium? Whitey Miller organized them, and he also flagged them. And you always remember the "Run, Whitey, Run" call when he would wave that green flag in the middle of the Demo Derby pit. So we all want to remember a great man, grassroots through and through, Whitey Miller. His car, his race team is here tonight competing in that familiar 18W. So a quick moment of silence for the memory of Whitey Miller, and then we'll turn it over to Rev Dan. Thank you.
Shall we pray? Almighty God, we thank you for these great fans that come out in the heat. We thank you for the patience. We thank you for the days ahead. We know that it's going to be an exciting time as we look forward at New Egypt Speedway. And we thank all of those who are here that you would bless them abundantly. Now here we are, New Egypt Speedway, the fast track of the Northeast. Give us a great race, a safe race, we pray in Christ's name. Amen. Shalom.
And we'll turn the microphone over to Mr. Knighton, and you're going to sing the national anthem along with the crowd. Just look at Ryan up there in the green shirt because he's broadcasting it live. Mr. Knighton, take it away.
That's fine. Yeah, just leave it. Yeah, I brought it just to put it on back.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hail at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous flight o'er the ram the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Nice job. Mr. Knighton, thank you so much. All right, we're about ready to get underway. A couple quick rules here. Rule number 1, when you hear your favorite driver's name announced, you got to make some noise and show the people next to you who you are rooting for. Rule number 2, smoke them if you got them. We don't care what it is. It's New Jersey. It's a free state, but you got to do it behind the main grandstands, by the bathrooms, away from the picnic area. And rule number 3, when you come back next week, bring a first-time dirt track fan with you. Without your support, racetracks like New Egypt would no longer exist. You know the rules. You've seen the preliminaries. Let's go upstairs, topside, to the voice of the New Egypt Speedway with a lineup for the first qualifier of the night. Pete, take it away.
Well, thanks a lot, Jim. And once again, race fans, welcome to the New Egypt Speedway here on a warm but nice night. It's Mother Nature finally cooperating. We have a car that has to be moved, another one. We have a black pickup, a Toyota Tacoma pickup with a cap on it. New Jersey plates K22UJC. K22UJC, New Jersey plates, a black Toyota Tacoma pickup with a cap on it. You're in spot number 74, and that is a reserve spot. You need to move it immediately, please. Thank you. All right, first of 2 qualifiers for the XCEL 600 Modifieds. Starting on the pole in the Van Horn Sand and Gravel, number 4X is Griffin Hendershot. Griffin Hendershot, also sponsored by Napa Auto Parts. These will be 8-lap heat races. Then the Invertas, number 127 of Corbin in England, was the winner of a race last week. Orange Nerf bar. .360 wingless tour. Lining up alongside of Bobby is Gio Sutton in the white and blue number 5S. Gio was the fastest in the hot laps. The last row, Gage Landis is in the number 31. Landis, another second-generation driver. A lot of those in this field. And Tyler Fronina is in the 10T. Fronina was the winner 2 races ago on the tour, which was the last. Sixth.
Bobby Butler machine. You never know where Bobby's going to show up and race. He's got a Tour. We've seen 600 Micro division. Of course, he's got a 600 XL modified here. This series run by Doug Borger, who's up in the booth here as well. White flag will go racing next time by. Again, that 127. Corey England picking up a win at the quarter mile. So this track about 2.5 times as big as Linda Speedway, Pete. That's a little quarter mile on the side of Route 78, right by where 81 and 78 come together near the old Penn National Speedway. This is a much bigger track for these little cars.
Top 3 will go to the redraw for the first 6 starting spots in their feature event, which will be the first race after intermission tonight. All right. They kicked the wheel off of turn 4, and we are green for the first time here this evening at the New Egypt Speedway. And Bobby Butler, who had problems in hot laps, has it again. The car only going about half throttle or less down into turn number 1 as the field races down the backstretch for the first time. It is England out in the lead. Corey England grabbing the early lead over Griffin Hendershot as they come off of 4 and down the front to complete lap 1. Bobby Butler is off the track and into the infield. England leading the way over Hendershot as they come off the corner. Sutton in the 3rd position as they race into turn number 3. Single file, but in very close quarters, and here comes Sutton. He was the fastest in hot laps, made a run up there on Hendershot's back bumper. Hendershot gets away off the corner. Hendershot staying within a couple of car lengths of England. He's within hailing distance at least. He can see him right there as they head into turn number 3. This will be lap 3 in the books. 5 laps to go as they come down the front. The 10T of Franina has moved up a spot. He gets around Landis in the 31 and into 4th, but those 2 cars back away from the top 3 about, about a third of a straightaway. Top 3 all right together. Some pretty equally matched cars here as they come down the front of the halfway sign. Halfway for Corey England, who shows the way, and now he's opened up about 5 car lengths on Griffin Hendershot. Hendershot and Sutton right together there for 2nd and 3rd. And Sutton trying to get a little bite here. He is right on him on the back bumper there of Hendershot, trying to challenge for 2nd.
Impressive speeds here, Pete. They're still low 22nd lap times, right around the street stock speeds, but these cars, obviously maybe a third of the size of a street stock, they are really wound up in these 600cc modified motors.
Well, you can really hear them whining, and they are quite fast here. That times are nothing to shake a stick at. England has the fastest time so far at 20.417 as he gets the white flag. Make it 23.88. He was faster on that lap. His last lap was the fastest of the race so far. White flag this time is in the... make it a checkered flag. I missed a lap there. Checkered flag is out for Corey England, who takes the win. So Corey England is your winner in the 127. The 4X of Griffin Hendershot finishes 2nd, and Gio Sutton is 3rd in the 5S. So one of their 2 heats is done. They were the 3 cars that will head to the redraw. And we'll get 3 more out of this one to the redraw. As the cars pull up behind the pace truck, raring to go here. And this is how the lineup starting on the pole in that number 9, that nice-looking purple number 9. He was the 3rd fastest in hot laps tonight. He is Richie Hitzler, and he'll start on the front row. Starting alongside of him in the Mills Racing number 23 is Jason Mills. 3rd starting spot, the 20K of Chad Kreiser. Chad Kreiser in the 20K. And then it's Tiffany Hitzler. That's Richie's sister in the number 8, starting outside the second row. The last row, second-generation driver in the number 15 is Jimmy Stong. Jimmy Stong in the 15, and Doug Newbeginning is in the 29. He will start scratch. Newbeginning was a very fast car in his hot lap session. These 6 cars pretty quick, even on their pace lap here behind the pace truck. They are chomping at the bit, raring to go here. First appearance in quite some time for these 600, and they've only been here a couple of times, and the last time was, like Jim said, probably 10 years ago. Here they come. Green is in hand, and we are racing down the front. All right together, Newbeginning on the outside, going around 3 cars from his last starting spot. He's into the redraw already and knocking on the door. Hitzler leads Mills down the back. Newbeginning out on the bottom, looking, he's side by side with Mills, and Newbeginning is into the second spot in the 29. Richie Hitzler leading the way. He's up by about, well, make it 5 car lengths now, as Newbeginning is starting to reel him in as well. Jason Mills in the 3rd spot. He's got pressure, though, from Tiffany Hitzler. As Tiffany takes a look to the inside, they have pulled away from the 20K of Kreiser. He's not far behind those top 4 in 5th, and then Jimmy Stong is a distant 6th. Working through the number 3 and 4 corner and back down the front to complete lap 3. Hitzler and Newbeginning have pulled away. The battle is for the last redraw spot. Jason Mills has it. Tiffany Hitzler is right on the back bumper of Mills and has looked to the inside a couple of times. And Chad Kreiser is not far behind the two of them. Halfway, 4 down and 4 to go as Tiffany keeps up the pressure and the heat. And now Tiffany puts a nose under him in turn 2, but couldn't make it stick. Newbeginning is within 3 car lengths of the leader, Richie Hitzler, now as they complete lap number 5. Just saw some smoke over there out of Hitzler too before in turn number 3. Haven't seen any since. Now we got 2 battles going on. One for the lead is Newbeginning within about 2.5 car lengths at 2 to go. And Tiffany Hitzler has kept up the pressure and the heat on the back bumper of Jason Mills, but Mills has been up to it to hold her off. And that's for the last redraw spot. Off the corner and down the front, Richie Hitzler about 3 car lengths. He has not let Newbeginning get any closer. White flag is out. This is the final time around. Tiffany Hitzler takes a look to the inside of Mills, loses a little ground there as Mills just trying to get enough room to make sure he gets to the checkered here. Checkered flag is out. Newbeginning right on the back bumper, reeled him in, but couldn't make the pass. Richie Hitzler holds on for the win. So Richie Hitzler holds on for the win. Doug Newbeginning, who went from 6th last starting spot to 2nd in the first lap, kept up the pressure but could not make the pass, although he got right to the bumper, closed those 3 lengths in the last half a lap. Jason Mills finishes 3rd.
Richie Hitzler on the number 9, that last lap, under the 22nd bracket. And Doug Newbeginning also breaking that 20-second barrier. So the top 2 cars in the 19 seconds, that's about a second and a half off the modifieds, Pete. That is hauling the mail in those little cars.
Boy, it sure is. That is an amazing stat, and we'll see what the modifieds term when they're out here. The track is quicker. They might be in the 17s, but that's still 2 seconds. That's really quick in those little 600cc modifieds. All right, 9 News wingless sprint cars are here, and they're all in one heat. We're going to run one heat, and we're going to handicap the top 7 finishers. So we'll handicap the top 7 will get handicapped in the feature event. And this is the way they're going to line up. Brendan Hires is in the number 2, and we'll start on the pole. Then it'll be Joey Crilly in the 22, lining up outside of him, second starting spot. Heidi Hedden out of Doylestown, Pennsylvania is in the 3A. She will start in the 3rd spot, and alongside of her in the number 83, currently 3rd in the points in his first season in a sprint car, coming up from the street stocks, that is Ronnie Pavia. 5th starting position is Mick D'Agostino. D'Agostino, a 2-time champion. He is also our defending champion. He drives the 91D and drives all the way from Massachusetts every week to race here. That drive alone should get him some kind of an award. He drives a Tech Mechanical 91D. He starts in the 5th spot. Alongside of him out of Mount Vernon, New Jersey, driving the 186 is Frank Frasco. Jersey Joe Beyer is in the 57. He will start in the 7th position. Alongside of him will be Greg Shepsis in the 75, and Sean Gilmore is in the 29A, first time here. And a late arrival, that is Big Al Cheney in the 73, and he will line up 10th. All right, first and only heat for the sprints, and we are green. And we're underway. Shepsis going fishing way outside, back at the back of the field there. They go down the back and into turn number 3. That is Hires in the GPS Services number 2 out in front over Crilly. Pavia and Hedden side by side for the 3rd spot, with Pavia getting the spot on the outside. D'Agostino minding his time and his own business down there in the 5th spot, and edging underneath the 3H of Hedden. Can't make a stick, and D'Agostino's car looks very much loose there in a 91D. His car is usually spot on, and it just looked a little bit out of sorts there, but he keeps up with the top 5 in the 5th position. Crilly leading through the next 4 spots, all right together, 2nd through 5th. It is Crilly, Pavia, down the back. Pavia 3rd spot. Crilly is reeling in. Hires, he has closed into within 2 car lengths. Pavia back there leading for 3rd, and it is Hedden side by side with D'Agostino. D'Agostino getting the spot away. Frasco is currently 6th, and Joe Byers is running 7th in the 57. Off the now, it is probably his first time out, and he just has to hold his line here as the leaders will lap him. Crilly the outside of the lapped car, which usually is where you want to be, but he's been running pretty high on the speed. And Hires will hang on and win by 4 car lengths. tonight's feature event. The 6th car will qualify, as we will take 6 out of each of these heats, 25 cars on hand. This is how they're going to line up in heat number 1. Starting on the pole out of Vineland, New Jersey, in the Mancini Custom Homes, number 13T, Anthony Tramontana. And lining up alongside of him in the Norcia, Jim Weber Motorsports, number 7, Chris Garback. 3rd starting spot in the Dave's Equipment Sales for Klavacek Racing, number 3V, is Dominic Buffalino. And lining up alongside of Buffalino, driving the Pioneer Pole Building, number 79 out of Trenton, that's Davey Salmons. The Valco Wheels 323 is Johnny Bangs. He'll start in the 5th position. And alongside of him in the Prime Design Landscape, number 27, TVD, Tanner Van Doren. 7th starting spot. He is currently 3rd in the point standings, a feature winner this year here at New Egypt. Driving the Marvels Portable Welding, number 1, that is the kid's kid, Billy Pouch Jr. Pat Wall is in the Service Tire and Truck Center, number 5W, and Cole Stengel is in the number 20C. He will start 9th off the corner. We are green. And we're underway in heat number 1 with Tramontana grabbing the early lead. Garback and Salmon side by side as Salmon's charging through from his 4th starting spot. He is up to 2nd now on the high side of turn number 4. Van Doren 6th, looking for 3rd now. He started 6th. He dives under Garback. He's got the 3rd spot in turn number 2. Buffalino is faded back to 5th, and Pouch working around him, trying to get that handicapping spot. They come off the corner. It is Tramontana with Salmons and Van Doren. Garback 4th. Buffalino still 5th over Pouch. Cole Stengel right on Pouch's back bumper, and Cole Stengel's left front wheel is off the ground almost all the way around the speedway. Bangs has fallen out of the top 7. He is 8th, and then it is Pat Wall. Mancini getting a couple of laps to see if he's got a problem solve at the back of the field. Tramontana leads the way into 3. Salmon's in the 2nd spot with Van Doren now all over him in turn 4. He is right knocking on the door of his back bumper. He'll swing it to the inside in turn 1. Van Doren and Salmon side by side. Salmon's momentum will carry him back in front of him, back into the 2nd spot as they chase after Anthony Tramontana. Garback and Buffalino still in handicap spots. Pouch in a transfer spot, but looking to move up and get his handicapping back. Although remember that being in a handicapping spot guarantees you to be in the top 15. That 6th finishing spot here in heat number 1 would translate into 16th starting spot. Pouch getting by Garback, as did Buffalino. Buffalino and Garback both 4th and 5th now. Van Doren continues to throw everything he's got at Salmons and can't quite get him. Now he's got to run on the outside, but Salmons holds him off. Pouch and Buffalino side by side, and Pouch by a wheel at the white flag. Garback back in the final transfer spot. He runs 6th. Bangs has gotten back to 7th. He got by Cole Stengel. Van Doren making the pass on Salmons here in the last 2 turns, and he will swing it into the 2nd spot. And Buffalino got back by Pouch there as well. So the winner was Anthony Tramontana in the 13T, finishing 2nd, the 27 of Tanner Van Doren. 3rd was the 79 of Davey Salmons. Then it was the 3V of Dominic Buffalino. And Billy Pouch Jr. in the 1, finishing in 5th. Your 6th and final qualifier, the 7 of Chris Garback. So 1 heat complete. We move on to heat number 2 for the modifieds. Starting on the pole out of Hopewell in the Crescent Hydraulics, number 24 is DJ Hunt, and lining up alongside of Hunt, driving the 5J from Cream Ridge, that's Joseph Brown. Joe Brown in the 5J. The Flying Farmer, Wade Hendrickson's in the 51M. He'll start in the 3rd position, and alongside of him, driving the McNichol Lawn and Property Maintenance, number 72, that is Jim Houseworth. 5th starting spot, the Reed Sod Farm, Brink Construction, CTC. Construction number 5 is the Flying Dutchman, Jack Butler. And lining up alongside of Butler, currently 2nd in the point standings, a feature winner this year as well. Driving the Izzy Trucking and Rigging, Ellery's number 26, the Ringo's Rocket Ryan Go Down. The last row, the 2D, is Will Dupree, the Spooky Brook Landscape 2D, and Tom Princiata is in the Solarsky Racing number 32. He will start last, first appearance of the year here at New Egypt for Tom Princiata. Here they come. Green is in the air. We're racing. And we are quickly underway. It was Brown hanging tough with Hunt there going into 1 and 2, but Hunt gets the better of him coming off the corner and down the back. DJ Hunt is your leader of lap number 1, and he'll bring him around back to the flag stand. Joseph Brown 2nd, Jim Houseworth getting 3rd. On the outside is Go Down alongside of Hendrickson. And Go Down making the pass going into turn 3. Go Down's got that lane to himself up there at the moment. Now Hendrickson will pull in behind him and see if he can make that lane work just like he is. Jack Butler in the 6th position. And he's under Hendrickson. They're side by side. Through 3 and 4, DJ Hunt leading the way as he will complete lap number 3. About 4 car lengths ahead of Joe Brown. Go Down now racing side by side with Houseworth. He will looked like he was going to get by him. Houseworth fights back underneath him there. Jack Butler looking for that handicap spot. He's got the better by half a car length over Hendrickson now. Butler digging hard down on the bottom. Hendrickson's trying to make the top side work. The bottom has worked better for Butler right now as Butler's got 5th spot. Good battle for 7th between Dupree and Princiata as well. Hunt, Brown, and Go Down, 1, 2, and 3. Houseworth now has lots of company here. Jack Butler's on his back bumper as they pull away from Hendrickson a little bit. So Butler on the last handicapping spot. Hendrickson in the last transfer spot as Will Dupree trying to catch him. 2 laps to go. 2 to go here in heat number 2 for the modifieds. DJ Hunt has things well in control here. He has expanded his lead to a good about half a straightaway as Go Down is right on Joe Brown for 2nd now. Final time around as they go off turn 2 and down the back. DJ Hunt through 3 and 4. He's going to cruise at a checkered here. Brown is going to hold Go Down off for 2nd. So DJ Hunt is your winner in the number 24. 2nd was the 5J of Joseph Brown. 3rd, the 26 of Ryan Go Down. 4th was the 72 of Jim Houseworth. And 5th was the 5 of Jack Butler. The 51M of Wade Henderson qualifies 6th. So 2 heats in the books and 1 heat to go here for the modifieds. Once again, 8 cars will go to the grid. The top 5 will qualify and get their handicapping back, and the 6th car will qualify as well, but not get their handicapping back, and the 6th one in this heat will start 18th in the feature. Lining up on the pole out of Fairfield, New Jersey, and the Bel Air Transport number 27 is Frank Venezia. Lining up alongside of Venezia in the Valco Wheels, number 928, Kevin Borden. 3rd starting spot, the Comfort Experts, number 26R out of Otisville, New York. That is Corey Cormier. Lining up alongside of Cormier in the White House, number 37, Brian Cole. 5th starting position out of New Gretna in the Mancini Custom Homes, number 7M, Paul Mancini. And lining up alongside of Mancini, our current point leader, our 2020 champion. And a feature winner this year, driving the CNS equipment, Craig and Leslie Pondishon, number 6. That is the Dominator, Danny Buck. Matty Ice, Matt Stangles in the Ace Materials, number 6. And Steve Davis is in the 13. He will start scratch. Here they come off of 4 racing. And we're underway to field, charging into 1 and 2, 3 wide for a moment there at the back of the field as they go down the back for the first time. Venezia out in front as they battle up front here. Here comes a 9. Oh, look out, and Stangles spinning, and that's going to be our first Roost Restaurant caution flag of the evening. Yellow coming out. That is the Roost Restaurant caution flag, and it is for Matt Stangle, Matty Ice, in the 6 as he spins slowly to a stop between 3 and 4 by himself. He'll rejoin here at the rear. Mancini with his right rear quarter panel hanging back. Don't think that's a safety issue there. Did get 1 lap in the books. Venezia is your leader. And Borden, Cormier, Buck up to 4th. Then Cool and Mancini. That's your top 6. Davis and Stangl on the last row. Here they come. Racing. Really good start side by side with Venezia and Borden. This time Borden hanging really tough and getting the better of him on the outside. Borden edging to the lead, but Venezia right there and comes back under him, and they're side by side, wheel to wheel. They make contact. Buck has nowhere to go. Mancini somehow squeezes by that, and the yellow's out again. So the yellow coming out. The Roost Restaurant yellow coming out. 2 cars involved. The battle for the lead was wheel to wheel. Venezia had it the first lap. On the restart, they were even. Borden got the better coming off at 2. Venezia got back under him going into 3. And sliding through turn 3, the wheels touched, and Borden got around enough to slide sideways into a stop. Danny Buck had no place to go, but he had enough time, I believe, to stop, because I'm not sure he actually made contact with the 928. And somehow Mancini came in late and went around the outside of both of them and had enough room to go by him cleanly.
Chance to see that replay, and yeah, that 928 took a couple of wild bounces in the air as we get ready to go back to green after slight contact with Venezia.
All right, Venezia, your leader. It's up to him on the outside is Cormier now, and we go green. And Cormier sets it in the corner, but Venezia gets the better. Cormier lets him slide up and dives to the inside. All kinds of momentum from Cormier, and he blows by him in the short chute going into 3. Corey Cormier will be your new leader as they complete lap 2. Venezia right with him. Brian Cool on the move, and Matt Stangl, who spun on the first lap, is up to 4th. Down the back, Mancini in the last handicapping spot. Steve Davis in the last transfer spot, and Danny Buck trying to work his way around. And look out, Venezia gets around. Mancini gets into him, and then it's Borden and Davis also involved. Borden got into Venezia pretty hard there as Venezia got crossed up and ended up sideways in front of the field. Mancini bounced off of him. Mancini kept going, but I don't see him. I think he went in the pits. Oh, actually, he didn't keep going. He was behind my blind spot here. I got to lean back to see. He actually stopped just past the accident. He did not keep going. And looks like he has right front damage. The whole right door is pushed in. His right rear quarter panel is from a contact early in the race, like on the first start. And he looks like he has front end damage too. That right front wheel does not seem to be true. Let's say it that way. So the wrecker evaluating things, and I think you're going to see him back up to the front of this car. Yep, and they are repositioning. Venezia and Borden into each other pretty hard. Steve Davis pulled away and he did bounce off of Venezia, but he has pulled away and will restart fifth. I'm not sure you're going to have anybody else restart. 6 are to qualify here. But the top 5 get their handicapping back. Cormier, your new leader here with 2 laps complete. We've had 3 Roost Restaurant yellows in 2 laps after not having any in our first 5 events.
To look at some of the replays, Pete, and here it is again. You can see Venezia losing it all by himself. Hard contact with Mancini and Borden. It looks like Davis was involved, but not as hard as the first 2 cars, and Mancini's going to have a lot of work if he can get that car ready for the feature. I don't know. That was a tremendous impact as Venezia came across the track with Mancini. Nowhere to go. Borden's car all torn up. Davis able to rejoin the back of the pack, slight contact with those cars, but Borden and Mancini, a rough way to start the evening.
Well, when we do go back to green, Corey Cormier got the lead and led lap 2, and they were coming to get lap 3, and that did not get in as the yellow came out. But Brian Kuhl will restart second in the 37. Matt Stangl, who brought the first yellow out just by spinning in turn 3 and 4 there by himself, is back up to third, followed by the 6 of Danny Buck. He was involved in the second yellow with Kevin Borden. And Steve Davis at the rear of the field has rejoined, and he was involved in the third yellow, which is the one we're under now. 2 down, 6 to go. Top 5 get their handicapping back, and I think you're looking at it right here. Kevin Borden now on the hook. Mancini was on the hook, and based on what I saw, it's going to take longer than this yellow to get that fixed. Hopefully he can get it fixed for the feature. And Venezia now being picked up by the hook as well. So it looks like we're going to restart with 5 cars here. Tonight we'll have a home run derby at Intermission. I've been told it's 5 drivers and 5 kids. So we'll see how they're going to do that. That should be fun. And now Venezia being towed off with front end damage. All right, folks, the drivers have been told on the one-way, and now I will tell you All 5 cars on the track are getting their handicapping back, so we are just going to go green, white, checkered here, so the guys don't beat them up much more, and we're just going to go green, white, checkered and take them pit side. All 5 cars get their handicapping back. Green is out. 2 laps to go. Stangle squeezing underneath Cool here on the front straightaway. They're side by side for second. Off the corner, and it's Stangle into the second spot behind Cormier. Brian Cool on the outside. Danny Buck down on the bottom. All 5 cars right together. Davis right behind Buck. They'll go side by side into 3. Stangle's going to make one run on the outside here, but he loses ground as Cormier gets a great fight. And Corey Cormier will take the win here in heat number 3. So Corey Cormier is your winner here in heat number 3. Second was the 6S of Matt Stangle. The 37 of Brian Cole was third. Danny Buck in the 6. The red number 6 was fourth. And the 13 of Steve Davis was fifth. Those cars get their handicapping back. And the Street Stocks making their way out. They'll have 2 heats, won't they, Jim? And I'm going to turn it over to my partner, Jim Murdoch, as he will call all the action for the XDP Street Stocks.
Very much, Pete. First of 2 Street Stock heat races on the Speedway. Coming on the pole. In the Rusty Ironworks Lawn Giant Heck Trailers, number 72 out of Jackson, that's Scotty Freed on his outside. In the Ludwig Racing, number 94 from Pemberton, Brian Ludwig. The 704 in the Campbell Electric, he's out of Milford, that's Corey Fleming. Mike Baldwin back with us in the number 10. Chris Allen Sr. from up the street in Wrightstown, he'll start 5th in number 98. And Jeff Handel is with us tonight in the number 11H from Tom's River.
Folks, we have a motorcycle that needs to be moved. It's blocking the main gate for exiting, and it is parked right next to the gate, so we got to have it moved. It is a blue Harley-Davidson license plate 2YK-T5. 2YK-T5, blue Harley-Davidson. Please move it immediately, please.
Green flag comes out. Scotty Freed leads the way through 1 and 2, but here comes Brian Ludwig on the outside. Corey Fleming right there. He sticks his nose underneath Brian Ludwig. They're side by side through 3 and 4. Scott Freed, your leader in the 72. But Corey Fleming not letting him get away. He put some distance between himself and Brian Ludwig. Chris Allen Sr. working his way up to 4th as we have a battle for the lead. Fleming down low. Scotty Freed taking that middle groove and for now holds off Corey Fleming. Ludwig being challenged by Chris Allen Sr. So a battle for the lead and a battle for 3rd as we reach the halfway point. Scott Freed, your leader, battle for 3rd. They are side by side. Here comes Chris Allen. Top 4 handicap. All drivers will qualify. So even though there's a battle for 1st and a battle for 3rd, those 4 cars will all get their handicap position. Chris Allen looks to the inside of Brian Ludwig. That's a battle for 3rd as they enter turn 3. White flag, 1 lap to go, and the leaders are closing in on each other as Chris Allen slips by for third. Scott Freed holding off Corey Fleming. Nose to tail through the tri-oval. Around 3 and 4 one last time. Scott flag race down the front stretch, and Corey Fleming will steal the win away on the last straightaway. Corey Fleming picking up the win in Street Stock Heat number 1. The Milford, New Jersey driver stealing a heat race win away from Scotty Freed. And don't forget, folks, this is a preview to the big $1,310 to win Billy Liedtke Memorial next Saturday night. So these cars getting dialed in for their big championship street stock race of the season next Saturday. And that's a good way to start things off after a long time since we've seen the street stocks out here on the 7/16 mile. Heat number 2. 5 more cars will come to the line. Here's the way they'll line up. On the pole, in the SK Racing, driver originally out of Freehold. He lives in York, Pennsylvania now. In the 17, that's Shane Grosso. On his outside, in the Gotcha Covered Home Services Mathis Construction, number 18, out of Little Lake Harbor, Patrick Force. On the inside of row number 2, this driver is from Wall Township in the John Blewett Incorporated North American Construction, ERS Fleet Repair number 19, 4-time street stock champion at New Egypt, that's Rob Ormsby. On his outside, in the 18W, the Whitey Miller Racing machine, racing in memory of the legend, Joe Reed in the 18W tonight. Joe Reed, he's going to start at the tail, it looks like. And welcome back, Gary Klimchek from Chatsworth in the number 11. Green comes out. 6 more laps of street stock racing. Rob Ormsby dives to the inside of Grosso. Patrick Force on the outside of the 18. Here comes Gary Klimchek to the inside of the 18, but nothing there. Ormsby gets the lead, drives away like he's done so many times before. Patrick Force to the inside of Grosso. Give that number 2 spot to Pat Force. Gary Klimchek now the next driver to try to move on the inside of Grosso. He gets him there. Grosso trying to battle back for that 3rd position. Again, top 4 will get the lap. And it looks like Joe Reed's going to take that 18W pit side for now. As as we are halfway in heat number 2 for the street stocks. Turns 1 and 2, hits the gas. He's got about an 8-car length lead over Patrick Forth. Final set of turns, this time by, he'll see the checker flag waving. Another heat race victory to Wall Township's own Rob Ormsby. Patrick Forth comes home in 2nd, Klimchek will finish 3rd, and Shane Grosso will finish in 4th. And that didn't sound good, whatever it was, out of the Grosso machine. And I don't know if he's going to be able to make it all the way around the track, as that car backfired loudly at the start-finish line. Yeah, he's going to need a push. That car may have expired right in front of the crowd, Pete.
I gotta check. I gotta look what I have in my truck.
Up next, the Vintage Modifieds. And you see that 18W, there's a good reason why Joe Reed pulled off. He's going to pace the field in memory of Whitey Miller. Scott Fricks will be driving the car number 3 on the pole. That is Whitey Miller's old vintage car. A nice gesture by the group of drivers to do this in memory of Whitey Miller. Again, he owned that number 3 vintage car, and that's his street stock piloted by Joe Reed, who you just saw out there. Joe Reed will pace the field along with Whitey's vintage car. In car number 43, that's Jack Patterson out there. Walt Suck is in the 27 Junior. Jim Hawks, driver of the number 29. Nick Marco's in the 707. Steve Taylor's in the 92, and Freddie Fletcher's in the 141. Well, Pete, you have some more information on some of these drivers out here as we get ready for our vintage exhibition.
Yeah, it's statewide number 3. Is a 2x4 Ray List chassis. It's a steel-bodied car with a 1974 Gremlin body. A 350 cubic inch Chevy 602 crate under the hood. And that is a Billy Osmond statewide racing number 3 replica and tribute car that used to be owned by Whitey Miller. It was sold to Gino Marin. Scott Fricks driving it. Scotty Fricks.
Again, a nice salute down here by the Whitey Miller racing team. Both with his street stock and the statewide number 3.
A 27 Junior is Walt Sook out of Roosevelt, New Jersey. That's a 1985 Olson chassis with a Chevy 602 crate under the hood. A little side note, he found that 27 Junior sitting in Pennsylvania. It had been sitting for quite a long time, and he worked on it all winter to get it ready. Now, he was here last year with it, so I think it was 2 winters ago, or a couple winters ago. A lot of times it's interesting on how they found these vintage cars. Let's jump to Jack Patterson from Tom's River. Gino Murin owns that 43 coupe as well. That's a 1939 Plymouth coupe steel-bodied with a 1954 Chevy chassis. It's got a 454 big block in it. It ran the 1950s and 60s as an East Coast modified. This is an old Sammy Beavers driven car built by Jimmy Horton Sr. And of course, Jimmy Horton Sr.'s cars were all numbered 43.
And we turn them loose for this exhibition feature, the vintage cars.
Danny Buck just getting a lap or two in here.
Scotty Fricks pacing the field. Jim Hawks, who, as you mentioned earlier, has raced several different divisions here at the Speedway, is now coming on the outside, and he's going to drive past the number 3. So Hawks in the 29 with a big burst of speed through turns 3 and 4. Behind them, they're bunched up a little bit with that 43, the Jim Horton Sr. automobile. Getting passed by the 707, Nick Marco. Nick Marco kind of threading the needle on the inside through 1 and 2. And you can see the big difference of, about 40 or 50 years makes in the technology as Danny Buck's number 6 passes some of the cars. He's going to take it off the track. Walt Suck in the 27 Junior is in a good battle. He's going to try to get around the 43 of Jack Patterson. Scott Fricks still out there in the 3. Freddie Fletcher in the C141. Beautiful colors on that car. Steve Taylor coming past in the 92. This will be a 10-lap exhibition. We're just about halfway, just past halfway. '27 out there. Walt Suck. See, Pete, the number 27, that's the type of cars that I remember as a kid at East Windsor and Flemington. I don't go back as far as the coupes, but the modernizing of the Gremlin bodies is what I remember in the early to mid-'80s here throughout New Jersey. That 27 bringing back a lot of memories. And that body style stayed true into the 90s, the early 90s, especially at Grandview, Penn National, and Big Diamond. And in Windsor, they were starting to get a little carried away with the body styles, but that's a good-looking, kind of a Pennsylvania small block, they called them, the 80s and 90s in that 27.
Jim Hawks driving that 29 that I believe has moved past everybody in his lapping cars. He's all by himself now over in the north end of the Speedway. That is Jim Hawks with the checkered flag coming out on Jim Hawks down the front. That's a 1990 Troyer mud bus, a four coil car, and they believe it was found in New York, and they believe that is the first ever car that Jessica Friesen raced as a modified. Of course, Jessica, the wife of Stuart Friesen, who will be here on Tuesday night with the Short Track Super Series. How about that for a segue? So the sprint cars are due out. Some hot. Lexi, a second generation driver. Checkered flag coming out and the yellow lights on for Lexi Wilson. So Brendan Hires will start on the pole here in the News Wingless Sprint Car feature event. Joey Crilly will start second in the 22. The second row will be Heidi Hedden in the 3H and Ronnie Pavia in the 83, as Christopher Buffalino coming out now in the 2B Junior. Christopher has been cleared to race here by the state police. He'll be the youngest driver when he competes on Tuesday night with the Short Track Super Series.
The gray box, you know. I'm trying to think what can it be. That whole cam's got to be let me ask, the locks, the pan and tilt, are they fully open?
So we're bringing the other Whitey Miller car out, and they're going to do a picture in victory lane of the two cars nose to nose, his vintage car that he had owned for a while, and his 18W street stock. We got some pictures here.
Whitey Miller, the Jamesburg driver. His racing team was called White Lightning Racing. Whitey Miller starting his career way back in 1973, driving in demolition derbies, and raced his first stock car on an oval in 1981. A absolute New Jersey powerhouse in street stock and demolition derby racing. And these are his two cars here, and his crew is going to come out, family members, and one last time for Whitey Miller in victory lane. Folks in the stands, how about one last time, a big round of applause for the Whitey Miller family and crew. A very emotional night for them, and I've seen Whitey race ever since I started going to racing in the early 80s at Wall Stadium. A prominent member of the street stock community there. So thank you guys and gals in the crowd for giving Whitey this emotional send-off here tonight.
Harley Davidson's taken care of.
Now, folks, as the sprint cars come out, the reason we were not hot lapping Lexi Wilson and Christopher Buffalino together is because Christopher is under 16 and he's still being certified by the New Jersey State Police, so he can't be out there with other drivers yet, but I guess by Tuesday he'll be cleared to do that. So tonight we couldn't put him out on the track with other drivers unless they're just idling around, so that's why we hot lap Lexi and him separately.
Hey, how many laps is it? 15?
All right, so Brendan Hires is in the number 2, and he'll start on the pole. It'll be Joey Crilly in the 22 starting alongside of him. Heidi Hedden in 3H will start third alongside of Heidi, the 83 of Ron Pavia. Fifth starting spot, the 91D of Mick D'Agostino, our defending champ. Then the 186 of Frank Frasco will line up in the 6th position. Joe Byer in the 57 is scheduled to go from 7th. He is not on the track at the moment. Then it'll be the 75 of Greg Shepsis. Big Al Cheney is in the 73. He'll start 9th, and Sean Gilmore will line up 10th. First time out for Sean in the number 29. That Jersey Joe making his way out. He'll start 7th, all 10 cars making the call. All right, next time by will be your wave lap. All right, this will be your wave lap. Stand up or put your hands over your head, wave to them. They're going to wave back at you as we get ready to go sprint car feature racing. Wave your program, wave your, I was going to say wave your jacket, but I'm sure you don't have one of those. How about a hat? Wave your hands. The driver's waving back at you as we get ready to go sprint car racing here at the New Egypt Speedway. 15 laps is the distance here for the Northeast Wingless sprint cars. Regular division runs most weeks here. Division we started here. There they come. Brendan Hires kicks the wheel. The green is in hand, and we are racing. Underway, Hires with Crilly right on his back bumper as they race through 1 and 2. Heidi heading third, and then D'Agostino trying to follow her through there on the inside as Pavia got up a little high. Whoa, Crilly getting way outside, and he is going to stop, and that's going to bring out the Roost Restaurant Yellow here before we could get the first lap in.
I don't think he got in the guardrail, but it was close, Pete. And another driver just barely got by on his inside. We'll try to take a look at this again on the replay. Yeah, he's driving away, thankfully. And we'll have a look at this again on the Valco Wheels replay. Valco Wheels sponsoring our YouTube live stream. And folks, if you're watching at home or here in the grandstands, if you want to sponsor a week, feel free. Yeah, he just got up high, got out of the groove, and stopped. Close call by one of those cars on his inside. I think that was D'Agostino. But luckily, everybody made it through that. So our YouTube sponsoring, yeah, if you're interested, see anybody in the main office, go to our New Egypt Facebook page. You can email us if you're watching at home and want to be a sponsor of our live weekly YouTube stream. Pete, good deal.
Possibly. The connection to the camera, the female, could be going.
So Crilly picking up the field at the back. All 10 cars still out there.
We already got another one.
I was going to say, that's the cheaper of the two.
But he said if we can find something that like you can put it in at the end of the night so it doesn't get rained on all week or whatever, that would help prolong it.
Sean Gilmore kind of hanging back there. He's trying to get used to it. He's getting some seat time. And that white number 29. Crilly is on the outside of him, but is ahead of him where he belongs. I'm sure Gilmore waved him by. All right, here we go. Take 2. Heidi heading now on the front row with Brendan Hires. Hires again kicks the wheel, and we are underway. "15 laps the distance through 1 and 2 and down the back. Heidi heading coming back underneath Pavia as Pavia got second for a moment there. Heading back into the second spot, working the bottom and closing back in on Hires. Hires, though, getting a great fight off the corner. Pavia challenged for third by D'Agostino. And D'Agostino getting the spot from Pavia, and he'll move to the outside. He is the only one running up that far. Another car getting up there and almost stopping, but kept on going, and that was Crilly again. Hires with about call it 8 car lengths over Hedden, with D'Agostino working the outside as caught Hedden challenging for second. Pavia's fourth. Jersey Joe Byers is fifth, followed by Al Cheney sixth. Frasco is seventh. Crilly is eighth. Sheps is ninth. And then Gilmore at the front. It's all Brendan Hires. D'Agostino decided to go to the inside and gets heading off a 4 and drives by and into the second spot. And Al Cheney is fifth now, and the yellow lights are on. Yellow lights, Greg Sheps is backwards in the middle of turn 4. And already moving on his own, and will go around to catch up to the rear of the field. Sheps catches the pace truck here and will not pass. I think he's going to pull up to the outside and let the field go by rather than have to run all the way around. Big Al Cheney, a late arrival, started 10th in his heat, ended up starting 9th in the feature, and he's up into the top 5. Running in the 5th spot as he got by Jersey Joe Byer, who also started back in 7th and was up into the top 5.
Oh, Pete likes when these tracks start to slick over. He won a race, and it was a real hot night, and he just kept that car low, and he kept it aimed properly, and he found victory lane on a track not too different than what we're seeing out here tonight, Pete. watch that Big Al Cheney number 73. You could see some good things out of him. He was running a super late model less than a week ago, and now he's jumping into a wingless sprint car.
It looks like Frasco went pit side in the 186 as he is no longer on the track. 4 down, 11 to go. Brendan Hires bringing him back to the start box. He kicks the wheel right at the start of it, and we are back underway. Got a great start. D'Agostino left behind, but he's still second. We'll try to get a run with some momentum, see if he can catch back up here going down the back. Heidi Hedden is still holding on to third. Cheney underneath Pavia now coming off the corner. And Al Cheney to fourth with Crilly sliding up in front of Pavia there. And Crilly working the outside of Cheney down the back. D'Agostino staying right with the leader, Brendan Hires, off of 4. Heidi Hedden third, Cheney still fourth as he gets back underneath Crilly. Crilly is fifth. Pavia and Byers side by side for the 6th spot. D'Agostino is right on the tail tank of your leader, Brendan Hires. D'Agostino has realized the inside's the best place to be. He was trying the outside and it wasn't getting him anywhere. When he switched to the inside, he got Hedden and he is staying right on. Matter of fact, he might be a little quicker than Hires is. Hires has been on the inside since the start. And here comes D'Agostino at the halfway sign. He'll go to the outside, realizing there's not a groove there, got some momentum, and now he's side by side. Hires edging back in front. And Hires decides to go to the outside. That opens the inside groove up for D'Agostino, and he drives by for the lead. Well, that's what D'Agostino wanted. He was able to make a bid on the outside to get even with him. Hires charged back in front, but instead of sticking to the bottom, he went to the outside, and now he's staying up there. And D'Agostino opens a bigger lead off of turn 4. Hires looked like he wanted to go back to the inside through 1 and 2, and he does in turn number 2. He's only 5 car lengths back. And he is going to stick to the bottom. After 2 laps of trying the outside, he's going to see if that inside groove will let him reel D'Agostino back in. Heidi Hedden third with Cheney closing in on her. A distance way back to Tim Crilly in 5th. Byers is 6th, Shepsis is 7th. D'Agostino completing 12 laps, 3 laps to go, and Hires with nothing to lose at this point, not gaining any ground, goes way high, almost got into the fence in turn 2. But he stayed out of it, but he has lost a lot of ground on the leader, D'Agostino, who has about a little less than half a straightaway lead. It's a good third of a straightaway. D'Agostino coming up on the lap car of Sean Gilmore as the white flag is displayed. Final time around, D'Agostino easily negotiates as Gilmore stays glued to the inside guardrail. Hires way outside again, up and over the cushion in turn 2. Battle is for third. Cheney right on the back bumper of Hedden as D'Agostino takes the checkered and the win down the front. And Hedden will hold Cheney off right at the line by a wheel. So Mick D'Agostino is your winner as Jim Murdoch and Amy and promoter Chris Moore all making their way down there. Miss New Egypt Brianna Hicks.
Mick D'Agostino clearing the scales, we believe. Here he is. Tech Mechanical Systems Incorporated. He waited until about 5 laps left and then made a calculated move to get around Brendan Hires, and he finds victory lane one more time. A long way to get here, and it's a sweet ride home when you come out on top. Getting all the safety gear off, climbing out of the top. Folks, your Northeast Wingless Sprint Car feature winner tonight, Mick D'Agostino. We'll let you get your helmet off and your Hans device off. Nice job, Mick. Hey, the track slicked up a little bit, and you saw Brendan Hires, and you had to go where he wasn't. And you thought about it for a lap or two, and when you made the move, it stuck.
Yeah, that's. I was definitely appreciating the 15 lap feature instead of 30, but that was tough. I don't know if I probably wouldn't have ever gotten by Brendan on the bottom. I was kind of fortunate. When I got on his outside, I guess he thought I was finding speed up there, but certainly wasn't. So it's a good feeling. Got to thank my team. They always give me a car capable of winning, so it's always feels like it's more on me than them if we have a bad result. So it's awesome to have a good one.
First real hot night out this summer in the car. How'd it feel out there?
It definitely cooled down throughout the day. If this race was 5 p.m., I'd be hurting. But yeah, it feels like I got a good workout in. Gives me a good excuse to skip the gym all week. So
good job.
Thank you.
He's got a long drive home, but your round of applause will make it a lot easier. He's also bringing home that trophy. One more time, let him hear it. Mick D'Agostino from Taunton, Massachusetts, picking up the wingless sprint car win tonight. Up next, I think we have one modified hot lap. So if we could have all the kids in the home run derby, I have your names on my phone. Just give me a second here. We're going to need Bryce Liedka, Denise Sistone, Kinley Salmons, and Oakland Forbes. Come on over by the fence here. And then we're going to have drivers Joey Crilly, who you just saw out there, Kelly Fleming, Patrick Forrest, and Brian Cool. And it's a wiffle ball home run derby, so we'll have the boundary set, and each driver will pair up with one of our Little League players, and they'll each get 5 chances to hit a home run. Chris Moore, former baseball player, will be pitching the wiffle balls for the kids. So if I called your name, just come outside by the fence here. We're not ready to go down there just yet. You got to stand by the fence. We have one more hot lap session. So come on, actually by the away from the catch fence here, because we're going to have a modified at speed. And we'll just have you hang out by the bottom row here in the stands. So just come on down by the bottom row. We do have a modified hot lapping. Ryan Simmons is coming out, I believe. So. The vintage shirt of the night. A Davey Allison shirt. So if we can just have everything over by the front row of the stands until this modified does his hot lap, and we'll get the area cleared. We'll do a quick green, white, checker hot lap, and then we'll start our home run derby.
And that looks like Ryan Simmons in the Belmont's Garage number 14. Crate Sportsman getting ready for Tuesday night as well. He'll get a couple of laps.
All right, let's have our Little League players and drivers come follow me. And we're going to meet Chris Moore over here on the front stretch. Chris, are we good to come down? Let's see what these track packers are doing first. What are they doing? I'm not letting anybody out until I know what the heavy equipment's doing first. No, I'm not letting little kids cross over this track now at all. We're just going to see what the heavy equipment does here real quick before we get this started. All right, follow Jim Brown. Follow Jim Brown. Follow Jim Brown.
Oh boy, that's really going to help him.
Can I do it as a mom?
Yeah.
I can.
Yeah, just. We'll let the water truck do a pass here, and then we'll follow them down. All right. It's very slippery, Mom. It's like ice out here, so just be careful crossing over the wet stuff like that. I told you it's slippery. Careful, guys. Careful, careful, careful on the wet. It's like ice. All right, so Chris Moore has put this together for us tonight. And we're going to get the boundaries. We're going to see how far they have to hit. They're already talking about the wind. It's wiffle ball, so it does make a difference. All right, we need Bryce Liedka, Denise Stone, Kinley Salmons, and Oakland Forbes.
I know. You don't look like one right now. You can have any one of those four.
What driver do you want?
He's got
This one.
You want Joey Crilly? Okay, you guys come over to Chris. What driver do you want?
That one.
That one? Brian Cool? All right, who do you want? Pat?
Who am I left with?
You're left with Kelly Fleming.
Okay. I'll take her.
She looks like she knows how to swing a bat, too. All right, so Chris Moore, each pairing, you get 5 swings, and how far do they have to hit? We're going into the wind, so it's going to be a little bit more difficult, but we have to stay away from the racing surface.
We're going to have to.
So in order to hit a home run, the edge of this white guardrail, and Chris made a line here, so I'll stand by this will be the home run backstop where I am. I think we got to make it a little easier for the kids, though, and for Pat Force. All right, up first. Bryce Liedka up first. There's one. That's a home run. That's another home run. Two for 3. Whoa! That's in the quarter midget track. All right, 3 out of 5 for Bryce. Good job. How about a hand for Bryce? 3 home runs for Bryce. And now he's paired up with Kelly Fleming. Let's see what Kelly can do. She's fast in her 4-cylinder. Let's see how fast she can swing the bat. Whoa! Hey, she's making contact. Whoa! Over the wall into the quarter midget track. Yes. Just barely, but yes, barely. She got it by a foot. One more. All right, so the first pairing, that's 6 runs total. So someone's got to keep a running tally. 6 runs for Bryce and Kelly. I'll try to keep. All right, who do we have up next? What's your name? Denise Sestone. Denise Sestone up next. Here's the line. The wind took that one, Chris. That was awful. You got to give her a pitch that she can hit over the plate. I say give her two more, because the pitcher was off. Give her another try. All right, what driver we have? Oh, Brian, get back. I think we need a new pitcher. There's a home run. There's a home run, line drive home run. And there's another home run. So 3 and 4. That's it. All right, Kinley Salmons up next. Kinley Salmons. Bryce Lika has 6. Denise has 4 combined runs so far. By the way, Grayson wins the Marcus Barbershop haircut. So congratulations to Grayson. You get the free barbershop haircut. It's tricky out here with the wind and a wiffle ball. All right. Now batting with Kinley Salmons. I believe we have Pat Force up. Pat, you got to get it past this line right here, so. Oh, big swing and a miss. There it is, high, it is far, it is gone. Oh, there it is. May the force be with you. That's a foul ball out. And that is gone. Last one. That's gone. Okay, so 4 for Patrick Force. All right, Oakland Forbes is next. Bryce Lika leading with 6. Denise has 4, and Kinley has 4. Oakland, we need a couple of big swings out of you. All right, here we go. Oakland Forbes up next. Getting a little batting instructions from Joey Crilly. I think we need to make the line a little closer for our young competitor here. Yeah, let's try a T-ball. We're going to give you a T, Oakland. How's that?
It's a little tall.
It's a little tall for you, but we're going to try it. All right. You got to get it past me. Yeah, you got one. There's a home run. How about that, folks? There's 2 for you. All right. Good job. You got 2 home runs. Hey, the pressure's on.
Got to get 4 to tie.
Nice job. High five. There you go. Joey Crilly up next. We're going to move the line back to where we should be. Great job. It's close. It's gone. Oh, big swing and a miss. Wait. It is not far enough. Not far enough. Close, but not far enough. All right. Oakland ends up with 3 runs. Kinsley Salmons with 4. Denise with 4. And Bryce Litka, the winner with 6 home runs combined. Congratulations. How does it feel to win the New Egypt Speedway Home Run Derby?
It gives me the pleasure, and I loved it. And come out to New Egypt Speedway.
There you go. Good job.
Thank you.
We're going to take all the kids to get ice cream.
Hey, nobody goes home empty-handed. You're all going to get ice cream now. Come on with us. What else do we get?
They all get tickets to the Somerset Patriots game, baseball games.
Oh, that's fantastic. How about a hand for Jess Litka and the Kids Club for putting this all together, and Chris Moore. The drivers are smack-talking Chris Moore's pitching abilities now. Those kids did pretty good, though. Everybody into victory lane for a group shot, and then everyone's going to get some ice cream. Pete, we have a lot still coming up on the schedule, including the Short Track Super Series event on Tuesday night. We'll send it back upstairs to you to talk about some of those great upcoming events here at New Egypt. Pete?
All right, for those of you watching on YouTube, we are going to take a break here. We're going to play a commercial spot, and then we're also going to play highlights here of the last time we raced, which was about a month ago now, back on Memorial Day weekend. So, and then we'll be right back after that. And for those...
The home of the $60 synthetic oil change. Belmont's Garage has been in business for 60 years strong and is an avid supporter of dirt track racing. Bring your New Egypt Speedway ticket stub for $15 off your next service.
And Bergstrom hangs it up on the top side and will bring him back to the line. 3 down and 5 to go. Aiden Spencer was able to reel him in as Bergstrom just getting a little out of shape a couple of times, and that'll cost him some momentum. And that keeps Spencer, and now Pulaski is on Spencer's bumper, and all 3 of them together, and here comes Spencer to the inside. Bergstrom holding him off by half a car length. This time Bergstrom gets in good through 1 and 2, but he hit the fence and he's upside down. Red lights are on. Chris Bergstrom, the leader, getting in hot. He caught the outside fence. One more time around for Aiden Spencer with Hunter Pulaski right behind him. Into 1 and 2. Pulaski set it in there nice, but loses a couple of lengths there as he got a little out of shape and right at the exit of 2. Through 3 and 4, Aiden Spencer. Whoa, got in a little hot, corrected it, but had enough of a lead and drives it off smooth, and he will take the win, his first. All right, green is out. Into 3 and 4 for the first Tim. So Hermati getting up a little high. Marr trying to take second as they chase after Mike Toth down the front. Ryan Heim fourth. Fleming battling with Garris for fifth. A lot of cars close to them behind them. Is now Ryan Heim. Here comes Marr on the bottom, and Ryan Marr moving by for the lead. Ryan Marr charging by on the inside into the lead, and he will lead lap. He is the leader on lap 3 going down the backstretch. Whoa, a couple cars almost getting together. Ellery getting out of shape, but he corrects it. Nobody got into him, and he'll only lose 1 or 2 spots. Actually, I think he held off one of them. The top 3 have pulled away now to a half a straightaway over the rest of the field. In the 18th, whoa, and Marr is going to the pits. The leader has pulled out. He had never won a feature here. Back to green. Ethan Bill right alongside of him, drag race into one. Bill on the outside, he'll get a good bite, and he's got the lead as he drives by Ryan Heim. Matt Ellery is now third, then Garris trying to hold off both Davis and Van Wickle. And he holds them both off. Van Wickle right behind him. Davis down on the bottom, flag out on the field. Final time around for Ethan Bill out of Piles Grove Township, New Jersey. Bill will bring it in at turn number 3. Another lap car he catches, but he won't have to pass him. He can just follow him to the line. Checkered flag. Ethan Bill puts his name in the record books at New Egypt with his first career win.
In Central Jersey tonight, folks, a big New Egypt Speedway round of applause for Ethan Bill. Does the roof dance? Come on down here, Ethan.
And we are green into 1 and 2. Pouch on the outside, grabbing the lead off of turn 2 and down the back. Pouch showing the way on cruise control at this point as he charges past the white flag.
These highlights are brought to you by Belmont's Garage. Located in Langhorne, Belmont's is the home of the $60 synthetic oil change. Belmont's Garage has been in business for 60 years strong and is an avid supporter of dirt track racing. Bring your New Egypt Speedway ticket stub for $15 off your next service.
To go racing! And we're underway at the New Egypt Speedway here as they race through turns 1 and 2 and down the back for the first time. Davey Salmon's got up over the cushion there, bouncing around, and he lost a couple of spots at the front. It's Anthony Tramontana. He will lead lap number 1. Here they come off of 4 racing. And we're back underway, charging through 1 and 2. Danny Buck getting up on the outside. He found a groove, and he gets by several cars back there. Go down kind of got blocked in the middle there and loses several spots as Pouch is by him as well. Almost half a straightaway now for Tramontana over Wade Hendrickson as Pouch goes after Hendrickson now. Pouch has got some ground to make up. He's about a third of a straightaway behind Wade. As we are halfway, the cross flags being shown to the field. 15 laps complete and 15 to go. 3 and 4. 19 laps complete this time. Pouch trying to find a way by Wade Hendrickson. He went to the inside, that didn't work. He'll go back to the outside. Whoa, look out. He will squeeze under him in the fence, but can't get by. And here comes Hendrickson, who's pulled away from Pouch. He's within 3 car lengths of Tramontana. Tramontana trying to get by the lap traffic. Hendrickson is right on him. Here comes Pouch, Buck, and Cormier, and go down. They are in a freight train behind them, trying to run the top 2 down. Lap traffic a problem here now. 6 laps to go. Buck sticks a nose under Pouch in turn 2. They're about 6 car lengths behind the top 2. Tramontana with Hendrickson on his back bumper. Tramontana to the inside of Houseworth. Garback's right there. Can't find any racing room, but he's still got the lead. Danny Buck and Poucher side by side behind the front two. Tramontana to the outside of Chris Garback as Houseworth has passed Garback. Garback out of shape there. Tramontana gets around him. 4 laps to go for Anthony Tramontana. Pouches by Hendrickson for second. Billy Pouch Jr. within 2 car lengths of Tramontana. It'll be 3 to go this time. Garback, lap car is still there. Hendrickson and Buck both behind him. And go down, and Cormier. Pouch to the inside of Tramontana. He can't make it stick. Tramontana, and the yellow's out. Laps to go, single file. Tramontana kicks the wheel, and we are green. Danny Buck looking to the outside. Pouch on the bottom of Tramontana through 1 and 2 and down the back, and Pouch to the lead. Danny Buck down on the bottom will take second. Down the back through the tri-oval. Through 3 and 4, Billy Pouch Jr. is going to bring it home here tonight. He is your winner.
All right, moving to victory lane. Billy is out of the car. He can hear you. Let's hear it for Billy Pouch Jr.
These highlights are brought to you by Belmont's Garage. Located in Langhorne, Belmont's is the home of the $60 synthetic oil change. Belmont's Garage has been in business for 60 years strong and is an avid supporter of dirt track racing. Bring your new Egypt Speedway ticket stub for $15 off your next service.
Done your front row. Degler and Steinmetz, row number 2. Green is out. Look at that move by Degler to the inside. Eric Degler in the new car sneaks by Robbie Dunn. New leader Eric Degler down the backstretch. Eric Degler, the Robbinsville native, sliding his way through 3 and 4. More cars in trouble behind them, but they straighten it out. Steinmetz was facing the infield at one point. Steinmetz and Dale Mull. Look at Mull charging ahead. Here comes Bobby Drayton on the outside. Where did Bobby Drayton come from? Your winner 2 weeks ago is up to 4th, and he wants more. Bobby Drayton in the X09, side by side, wheel to wheel with Scotty Dunn. That's a battle for 3rd through the tri-oval. Bobby Drayton from 9th up to 3rd. Place, we're watching a good battle down the backstretch out of turn 2. Dale Mull on back. You can see Dale Mull at home on the outside. And that number, oh, he's sideways. He's heading to the fence. Dale Mull sideways out of turn 4. He saved it. What a move by Dale Mull. I think he only lost 1 spot, too. Dale Mull got him that wet stuff out of the groove, and you can see how fast they're going. That just carried him right to the guardrail. Turn 3 and 4, side by side, fender to fender, wheel to wheel down the front stretch. White flag, Drayton nosing ahead for 2nd spot as Degler just pulls away through 3 and 4, a flawless race for Eric Degler. Bobby Drayton's up to 2nd, out of turn 4. Passing the double checkers, Eric Degler, your winner, out of Robbinsville, because he was an absolute rocket ship out there. Folks, climbing out of the car, your 4-cylinder feature winner, Eric Degler. He's going to do the roof dance.
Close to the end of intermission here as they put the finishing touches on the track. Folks, like to draw your attention to our billboard sponsors out there. I want to thank them for purchasing billboards and to advertise here at New Egypt Speedway every week, and that includes Xtreme Diesel Performance LLC, Swagger Factory Apparel, the Roost Restaurant and Cream Ridge Golf Course, John Blewett Incorporated, New Egypt Auto Body, M&M Trailer Repair, Izzy Trucking and Rigging, Spooky Brook Landscape, Champion Tire, Senko Heating, Oil, and Propane, Ellery's Neighborhood Pub and Grill, Bob Hilbert Sportswear, M&A Recycling, Oliver Construction Enterprises, Mancini Custom Homes, Scarpati Recycling, Remax Chrissy Haynes, Training Tales Doggy Daycare and Training, Schultz Fuel Cells, Inzinger Performance, VP Racing Fuels, All-Star Bagels, breakfast and lunch, Sky Zone, Parks Casino, Foley Caterpillar, jumpstart your career here. And we want to thank all of our billboard sponsors. And all of our other sponsors who sponsor everything here at the Speedway, whether it's a one night or an announcement or a caution flag, a division, doesn't matter. You're all equally important to us here each and every week at New Egypt Speedway. Folks, remember the concession stands are open. They got a delicious menu for including hot dogs, hamburgers, cheeseburgers, chicken fingers, cheesesteaks, sausage sandwiches, and more. Remember, we got ice cold Pepsi products back there too. Of course, the snack shop is always open. If you don't want a whole meal, you just want a snack, that's located under the grandstand directly across from the concession stand, kind of across from the main entrance there. Track really coming in is going to be fast here in these three feature events. Attention, please. All officials to your posts. All race officials to your posts, please. And first up will be our XCEL 600 modifieds.
Well, Pete, we saw a couple of these 600 drivers in the 19-second bracket, and we had the modifieds in the low 18, so about 1.5 seconds to 2 seconds difference between a whole lot of horsepower. And you know, one of our online buddies who watches every week was commenting, saying those 600s are flying. Yeah, if it looks like they're going fast from the YouTube at home, you got to see it in person. And on a freshly prepared track like this with the high humidity, a lot of water now in the track, it was scarified, turned over, and packed. We could see quite a few cars in the 19-second bracket in this feature coming up for the XCEL Modifieds. Again, this is like a Talladega for them. They rarely go on the big tracks. Big Diamond and here are the two biggest tracks, and maybe the Bridgeport high-banked outside oval as well, but this is certainly right up here with a Big Diamond size-wise. And these little cars, once they get wound up, they're holding them flat out to the floor. And we are seeing very impressive lap times in the heat races. Again, all new track, all new playing surface for these dozen or so drivers coming up next.
All right, cars pulling out onto the speedway behind the New Egypt Speedway pace truck. And this is how it looks like they're going to line up. Remember, the top 3 out of each heat redrew for their starting positions. And one of those cars that was under 20 seconds is our pole sitter driving the number 29, Doug New Beginning. New Beginning is starting on the pole in the 29. Alongside of him in the 5S is Geo Sutton. Geo Sutton in the 5S. The 23 of Jason Mills will line up in the 3rd position, and alongside of him, the winner of the 2nd heat and probably the fastest lap turned here so far tonight, the 9 of Richie Hitzler. Richie Hitzler in the number 9. 5th starting spot is Griffin Hendershot in the 4X. He finished 2nd in the 1st heat, and lining up 6th with the worst redraw, the winner of the 1st heat, Corey England. England in the 127. The 10T of Tyler Frenina is starting in the 7th spot. And alongside of Frenina in the number 8 is Tiffany Hitzler. The 31 is Greg Landis. The 15 is Jimmy Stong. And starting last on the field, the 20K of Chad Kreiser. And Bobby Butler could not get that problem figured out. And this is your wave lap. Wave to them. They're going to wave back at you. We're going racing next time by for the XCEL 600 Modifieds. Bobby Butler is a scratch from the feature event. So 11 cars. This will be 20 laps the distance for the 600 micros. The 127 of Corey England won at Linda's the last time this tour raced last week. And 2 weeks ago, last time on a big track, that number 10T of Tyler Frenino won at Bridgeport. Here they come. It is up to Doug New Beginning as they come off of turn 4 racing. And we are underway, working through 1 and 2, beginning out in front as they go down the back with Geo Sutton right behind him, going into turn number 3. England working his way up, already up to 4th, got the door shut on him as he tried to get underneath the 9 of Richie Hitzler. Hitzler running in that 3rd spot. England trying to build up some momentum. Geo Sutton staying glued to Beginning's back bumper there as they head into turn number 3. And we got another fast mover back here in the 5th spot. That is the 4X of Griffin Hendershot running in the 5th position. Jason Mills back in 6th. Then the 31 of Gage Landis. Landis has moved up several spots. New Beginning is opening up his lead at the front. Richie Hitzler trying to gain on Geo Sutton for a battle for second as New Beginning has pulled away. Boy, these cars are fast on this track. They've kind of spread out, but we got a challenge coming up for 3rd. Here comes England as he gets under Hitzler again. Caught him again, coming off a 4. Tried to slide up underneath him, but Hitzler rebounds back and pulls back 2 car lengths in front of him. That's the battle for 3rd as Doug New Beginning leading the way. And he's out to about 1/3 of a straightaway now over Geo Sutton. And Hendershot's going to make this a 3-car battle for 3rd now as he has caught the 2 cars of Hitzler and England. England again looks to the outside of Hitzler. There was not enough room to try to squeeze by. Hitzler getting through 1 and 2 pretty well and opening up 2 car lengths. Mills is a distant 6th, followed by Landis and Tiffany Hitzler. It is all Doug New Beginning. He is more than half a straightaway out in front as they complete lap number 9. He's about 2/3 of a straightaway over Geo Sutton, who runs a solid 2nd. Sutton has about 7 car lengths over 3rd place Richie Hitzler, and Hitzler still has Corey England breathing down his neck. England trying to mount a challenge for that 3rd spot. Griffin Hendershot a very close 5th behind England. And then is a distance back to 6th place Jason Mills, who leads the rest of the field. New Beginning is way out in front. He's 3/4 of a straightaway now. Geo Sutton still 2nd. The battle is for that 3rd spot, as Corey England is right in the wake of Richie Hitzler and gets a run down on the bottom, and they're side by side heading into 1, and England will make a clean pass. Nice move. Slid right up to Hitzler and drove on by. And England is into the 3rd spot in the 127. 7 laps to go here. And England is pulling away from Hitzler. He's fast. And he's trying to reel in Geo Sutton. He's got about 8 car lengths to do, maybe more. And the first lap car coming up for Doug New Beginning, as he is closing in on the 20K of Chad Kreiser. Trying to put him a lap down. He moves way up the track. Chrysler moves to the bottom. Kreiser. And New Beginning makes the move, and we got a challenge for 2nd. Corey England closing up on the 5S of Sutton. He's almost caught him, and he's on his bumper heading into 3. 5 to go. 5, and make it 4 now as Doug New Beginning crosses the start-finish line. He is a full straightaway out in front. England puts a nose underneath the 2nd place runner at Geo Sutton. And Sutton gets back in front of him. That's the battle on the track. Griffin Hendershot is trying to mount a challenge here for the 4th spot as he closes in on Richie Hitzler. Gio Sutton turned it up, and he's 5 car lengths back in front of the 127 of Corey England. 2 laps to go, 2 to go, 2 to go. And it is all Doug New Beginning. They are turning laps. The average lap is in the mid-19-second bracket, which is much faster than the heat race, about a half a second faster. And we've had about 6 cars under 20 seconds in that 19.5, 19 3/4 range. Checkered flags coming out. Your winner is the 29 of Doug New Beginning. Gio Sutton will hold on for second. Corey England is a close third, followed by Richie Hitzler and Griffin Hendershot.
A great effort for the first time back in about 15 years for the XCEL 600 Modifieds. I think we should have him back after that show, caution-free. Turning laps in the 19-second bracket, only about a second and a half slower than the Modifieds. And Doug New Beginning finds victory lane in the number 29. Doug New Beginning, first-time winner at the New Egypt Speedway for the return of the XCEL mods. A really fun division on one of their largest tracks they will see all year. Getting the cage hatch open, climbing out of the car, your 600 XL Modified winner, Doug New Beginning. Come on down here, Doug. Right in front of your car, sir. Yeah, we liken the New Egypt Speedway almost to your Talladega for the 600 Modifieds. I know you run tracks as small as an 1/8 mile and as large as just a short shy of a 1/2 mile. How'd it feel out there? First time here in about 15 years. I think your first time here ever.
Oh, yeah, this is my first time here. This place is awesome, man. I mean, definitely not full throttle, like, really technical with the throttle now. I mean, obviously straightaway is full throttle, but the corners really never really got full throttle just because it was spinning, especially at 4 so much, just sliding. But hopefully those guys in the pits could use some of that knowledge. But, yeah, I mean, this place is wild. I won at Bridgeport 2 weeks ago for a big $1,000 race down there, and I win here.
You like the big tracks?
I guess, and New Jersey tracks too, so I don't know. Well, this place is wild, man. Everybody's nice here. The facility is great. Fans are great. Everybody's great here, so awesome place.
You had a big lead at the checker flag. Corey England was coming, though. Another 5 or 6 laps and may have challenged, but we hope to have you guys back. Maybe not this year, but next year and the years to come, because you put on a heck of a show. Caution-free feature. How do the arms feel after that?
Pretty good. I got power steering in there, so I'm cheating a little bit with that. But, yeah, I mean, still, the body, because it takes so much out, because the G-forces you get in these corners, especially with these small cars, definitely feel wore out a little bit. But, yeah, man, that was sick. I found my nice little groove there, kept running, and I should just set sail. So,
you were only about a second and a half off the modified speeds.
That's about right, yeah. So, it's always nice to say that, especially how much not much money to run with these, and compared to how fast we're going, nothing beats it. It's amazing.
You want to come back?
I'd love to come back. You kidding me? I'm from Pennsylvania. It takes 2.5 hours to get down here. We were actually up at the Poconos camping out there for the weekend. Came down here, left there at 12, got here, and came here to win, and we won. So
good job.
Thank you very much.
One more time, New Egypt Speedway. A big round of applause. First-time winner here for Doug New Beginning. Doug Bolger up in the tower. I think the drivers and the fans have spoken. Come on back anytime. Love to have you. Pete, we've got the Mighty Modifieds, I believe, ready to roll out next. With the lineup, we'll send it back upstairs to you.
Well, thanks a lot, Jim. And it is time for your modifieds as they roll out on the Speedway. Let's give you the starting lineup. 30 laps the distance. All 25 cars will go to the grid if they are able. This is how they'll start. Starting on the pole out of Vineland in the Mancini Custom Homes number 13T, the winner of heat number 1, Anthony Tramontana. And lining up alongside of Tramontana out of Hopewell, New Jersey, driving the Crescent Hydraulics number 24, the winner of heat number 2, DJ Hunt. Joseph Brown drives the 5J. He will start in the 3rd position, and alongside of him, driving the 3V out of Saraville, that is Dominic Buffalino. 5th starting spot, inside row number 3 out of Otisville, New York, in the Comfort Experts number 26R, the winner of heat number 3, Corey Cormier. And lining up alongside of Cormier out of Trenton in the Pioneer Pole Building number 79, Davey Sammons. 7th starting spot in the McNichol Lawn and Property Maintenance number 72 is Jim Houseworth. And lining up alongside of Houseworth out of Flemington in the White House Everett Express number 37, that is Brian Cole. 9th starting position from Phillipsburg. They call him the Flying Dutchman. He's in the number 5, that is Jack Butler. And lining up alongside of Butler in the Prime Design Landscape number 27, Tanner Van Doren. TVD will go from outside row number 5. 11th starting spot. Driving the Izzy Trucking and Rigging number 26, currently 2nd in the point standings. Our 2nd on our all-time win list and has 6 career championships here in the modifieds, including last year. That is the Ringo's Rocket Ryan Godown. And Chris Moore walking down the front straightaway here. He is throwing baseball signed by the modified drivers. And also T-shirts courtesy of the Somerset Patriots here. Some nice Little League stuff being thrown into the crowd. So put your hands up, he'll toss you a baseball. You know, he used to play baseball, I've heard. Lining up alongside a Godown on the outside of row number 6, they call him the Dominator, our 2020 champion and current point leader, the Dominator, Danny Buck. Buck in the number 6, the Craig and Leslie Pondish number 6. 13th starting spot from Frenchtown in the Marvel's Portable Welding number 1, the kid's kid, Billy Pouch Jr. And lining up alongside of him from the Shannock Station in the Ace Materials number 6, Matty Ice, Matt Stangl. 15th starting spot from Cream Ridge, the Premio Sausage 13 of Steve Davis. Alongside of him out of South Brunswick, the 7 of Chris Garback. Row number 9, 17th starting spot, the 51M of Wade Hendrickson. Alongside of him will be the Bel Air Transport 27 of Frank Venezia. Johnny Bangs is in the 323. He'll start 19th, and alongside of him, the 2D of Will Dupree. Paul Mancini from New Gretna is scheduled to start in the 21st starting position. Alongside of him, Cole Stangl in the 20C. Tom Princiata is in the 32P. The 32, he'll start 23rd. Alongside him, the 928 of Kevin Borden, and Pat Wall is in the 5W and scheduled to start scratch. And I count 25 cars, which means they've all made it out. Looks like Paul Mancini is out there in what I believe is his backup car, the Short Track Super Series car. And he is elected to start at the rear, and I think that's going to be to get some laps in and get some points here and try to stay out of trouble. That car, of course, going to be here on Tuesday. This will be your wave lap. As the white flag waves, will go green next time by. Wave something white that's in sight, something green that can be seen, something blue off of you. Wave it high over your head. Wave it for your favorite. Wave it as all the drivers will wave back at you. The modifieds are ready to go racing here at New Egypt Speedway. Folks, it is time to go modified racing. 25 modifieds ready to go to battle. Are you ready for Thunder in the Pines? Because the modifieds are going racing. And the modifieds are underway as they work through 1 and 2 and down the back for the first time. Anthony Tramontana grabbing the early lead. No, that's DJ Hunt, the 24. Hunt leading the way over Buffalino, then Joseph Brown as Tramontana has fallen back to 5th. Tanner Van Doren up to 4th already in the 27. He started 10th, and he'll be 4th as they complete lap 2 and all over Joseph Brown. Van Doren knocking on the door for 4th there as they go down the back. Boy, some real close racing. A lot of 3 wide racing going on here. As Pouch trying to get through. Pouch has gone by Go Down already and working his way through as Van Doren dives under Joseph Brown in turn 1. And TVD is 3rd. Joseph Brown fighting back on the inside. They're side by side for that spot as the top 2 have pulled away. Buffalino closing in on DJ Hunt just slightly. And Joseph Brown with a slider off of 4 takes the spot back, and the yellow lights are on. Yellow, yellow, yellow. We got a car. Maybe it's debris. I don't see it. Well, you know what? In turn 4. There is a car, and it was Corey Cormier. Cormier stopped high up there. He's rolled out of the corner and onto the straightaway now. I don't know, maybe he's waiting for the field to go by. We'll see if he needs a push truck. The push truck is waiting. No, he's rolling. Now, was he waiting for the field, or was he waiting to cut through the infield? And that's what he's going to do. He's driving to the infield. Well, that's a tough break for Cormier, who won his heat tonight and started 5th. There's been a lot of position shuffling going on here. A lot of good racing. This track is in excellent condition now. It wasn't in bad condition in the heats, but it was typical with the sun out. You know, it gets a little dusty here and there, and can be a little bit on the bumpy side, but it is beautiful right now, just like it always is after they do that intermission track work.
5 turning some heads early on in this modified feature. Maybe that new lettering job, the paint, the colors on it, making that car a little bit faster. Great side-by-side racing with the 27, and then Salmon's right behind them. Billy Pouch Jr. was trying to find the outside and the number 1, but they were 2 and 3 wide scattered. The only single file, I believe, was DJ Hunt and the number 3 up there of Buffalino, because behind them it was a hornet's nest. And you nailed it. The track, excellent condition. Those 600 modifieds did just enough to get rid of that little bit of moisture on the top, and they have set the stage for a whale of a feature to come for the last 26 laps.
All right, cars are being told to double up. 2 of the faster movers here. The 27 of Tanner Van Doren running in the 4th spot. He had 3rd, but Joe Brown returned the favor and took the spot back coming off of 4 there as they completed lap 4. Van Doren started 10th and is up to 4th. The other fast mover is our point leader, Danny Buck, who started 12th and is 6th. Pouch started 13th and is up to 8th. Ryan Godown started 11th and is up to 9th. All right, 4 down, 26 to go. The lights are out, and we're getting ready to go green. You see Mancini hanging back from the field. All right, off of 4, green in the air, racing. And we're back underway, working through 1 and 2. It is DJ Hunt going right back to the front with Buffalino chasing after him. Tanner Van Doren up to 3rd, but he's got challenging on the inside, and it's Danny Buck. Buck, who was restarted 6th, he started 12th, him and Van Doren side by side, and it is Buffalino going around DJ Hunt for the lead, and Buck and Van Doren pass him on both sides. Buck on the bottom, Van Doren on the top. They are 2nd and 3rd behind Buffalino as DJ Hunt drops the 4th. Salmons is 5th, then it's Tramontana, and then Pouch. Buck moving from 6th to 3rd, Van Doren from 4th to 2nd on that last restart. They have both come from rows 5 and 6. In just 7 laps complete now. 23 to go. Buffalino leading Van Doren. Danny Buck in the 3rd spot right behind Van Doren. Actually, Van Doren pulling away from him. DJ Hunt next. And Salmons as Pouch and Go Down both right together now trying to get by Tramontana. Off the corner and down the front, Buffalino is being stalked by Tanner Van Doren, and Van Doren goes to the outside. Gets 2 wheels alongside, but it is Buffalino coming back into the lead and sliding up in front of him. Buffalino down on the bottom, or Buck down on the bottom now, pulling up under Van Doren, tucks back in behind the top 3. You can throw a blanket over him right now as Van Doren gets a better run on the outside of the 3V of Buffalino. He'll hang with 2 wheels next to him, now tucks right back in behind his Buck. Faded back just a car length or 2, but he gets a great run through 3 and 4. Salmons all by himself in 4th as DJ Hunt trying to hold Pouch and Tramontana back. Here comes Van Doren again. TVD even with Buffalino going into 3 on the outside. Buffalino in the middle groove, down the front. Tanner Van Doren is your new leader as he makes the pass. And he will complete it through 1 and 2 and open up 2 car lengths down the back. Van Doren leads lap 12 for the first time in this event. This will be lap 13. Mayan Van Doren has opened up quickly, about 6-7 car lengths as Buck sliding underneath Buffalino and into 2nd. Danny Buck is now into the 2nd spot as he took it in turn 1. Buffalino trying to fight back on the inside. It is all Van Doren now as he completes lap 14. Now Salmons is on Buffalino and Pouch is 5th. Then there is a gap back to DJ Hunt with Tramontana side by side still holding off Go Down. Houseworth is next. He's side by side with Stangle and then Jack Butler behind them. Halfway on the field, 15 down and 15 to go. Danny Buck is within about 5 or 6 car lengths of the leader as he chases after Van Doren. Half the race in the books and working on the second half now as Van Doren leads him into 1. Followed by the 6 of Danny Buck. Buck, the current point leader, already has a win this year. We have 3 wins in 3 races. Danny Buck, Ryan Godown, and Billy Pouch have been the winners so far. Van Doren trying to add his name to the all-time win list here for this first career. There is more than half a straightaway between the top 2 and 3rd place Buffalino, who is being challenged by both Salmons and Pouch very heavily. Great 3-car battle going on, but don't look now. Danny Buck with a nose under Van Doren. Van Doren up to the challenge zone. He pulls back in front of him. Van Doren back to about a 2-car length lead, car length and a half as they complete lap 19. Lap traffic is becoming close to the leaders now. Van Doren's momentum continues to find him leading on the straightaways with Danny Buck diving and pulling even in the corners. or at least in 1 and 2. In 3 and 4, he'll get to his bumper, but won't get next to him. 1 and 2, Buck dives in again. Not enough to make the old slider move. Van Doren around, but he just barely clears him and gets around as Pat Wall dives into the infield, pulling out of the event. Pat Wall is out. That was right in front of the leaders. Van Doren only by half a car length at the start-finish line, maybe less. Van Doren and Buck were side by side once again. Van Doren and opening up 2 car lengths down the back. Van Doren's momentum is the difference right now, and Buck just continues to whittle away at it. And now lap traffic. Tom Princiata will be the first lap car they'll encounter. There are 8 laps to go now as they head down the back and into turn number 3. If the lap traffic stays low, that could help Van Doren. He's got the momentum on the outside. He has not caught Princiata yet. Those back markers are pretty fast. Buck again even with Van Doren. Van Doren's momentum doesn't take effect till they exit turn number 2, but he quickly opens 2 car lengths. Trying to get alongside the lap car of Princiata off of turn number 4 and down the front. 6 laps to go. This time Van Doren has opened up a couple of car lengths, but he needs to get by Princiata. And he does down the back stretch. And he's opened up 4 or 5 car lengths on Buck. Buck has to take evasive measure and move to the outside because Princiata was in his groove. Princiata just holding his line, but Buck had to change his line, and that changes things. 4 car lengths is the difference as the high how are you lap 5 to go. It'll be 4 to go this time as the leaders come off of turn number 4. Van Doren by 3 car lengths at 4 laps to go. Buck is by Princiata quickly and dove to the inside trying to get back to what he was doing before. And you've seen this play before. Danny Buck will leave nothing on the table here in the last couple laps. He will run it as hard as he can. 3 to go this time by. Van Doren walking around on the outside. Brian Cool, the lap car, the 37 right in front of him. Cool keeps it down on the bottom. Again, that's going to cause Buck to move to the outside as Van Doren passes Cool. 2 laps to go, 2 to go. Van Doren side by side with the lap car of Cool. Buck up on the outside right behind Van Doren, looking for a way through both of them. There's not there. And Van Doren will walk the far outside. White flag is out. 2 car lengths for Van Doren. Final time around. Van Doren again gets alongside of Cool. Cool's just running the inside. Buck right up on Van Doren's back bumper going into 3. He needs to create a new lane. He dives to the middle. They're 3 wide off of 4. Buck on the bottom, and Danny Buck beats him by a wheel. Danny Buck by a wheel at the start-finish line on a last turn pass that he has almost patented here as the checkered flag falls. On the rest of the field, Billy Pouch got to 3rd ahead of Davey Salmons and Dominic Buffalino. That's the top 5.
Well, folks, welcome to New Egypt Speedway. In an instant classic, Danny Buck, in the last 75 feet of straightaway, steals one away from Tanner Van Doren. What a race, folks. Let these drivers hear it and let them hear it loud. One caution, the final 26 laps, caution free. I hope you folks at home on YouTube watching that can come visit us in person. That is what we're known for here at New Egypt. Danny Buck making his way to victory lane. Heartbreaker for Tanner Van Doren, but he can't be upset with that strong second. We'll send it downstairs to Pete Wortman. He will meet I'm sure, enthusiastic Danny Buck momentarily. Pete, take it away.
So Danny Buck pulling into victory lane. CNS equipment, short load ready mix concrete, bank tree care. Shanks Carpentry, Home Improvements. My Place Smoked Meats. A week ago, I got to interview Danny down at Georgetown after his win in the second 20. And Danny getting all the apparatus off and catching his breath here. Boy, there wasn't much time to... And Danny Buck sticks his head out of the car. He can hear you. Let's hear it for Danny Buck. Well, Danny, this is getting to be a habit interviewing you, but boy, that was one heck of a race, and Tanner Van Doren wants to congratulate him. We'll get a word with Tanner after victory lane too. A little bit. Tanner, stay close. So, Danny, boy, that was one heck of a race, and without a yellow there for 26 straight laps, you know, that can get tiring. And I made a comment with 2 to go that you're not. I know he's not going to leave anything on the table. He never does. And, boy, that lap car there, I kind of thought you were going to get boxed out, but you found a lane.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I just kind of threw a Hail Mary on the last lap. You know, I'm a pretty selfish person, and I love winning races, but man, I hated to take that one away from Tanner. They are a great family, and they lost a great person this week. You know, so that's just it's terrible. You know, so prayers to them, and kind of bummed I won it there. Yeah, took it away from him like that, but you know, we'll take it. The kid's a hell of a wheel, man. I mean, it seems like every time I'm good, he's good too. So I told him to make a big hole for me, and I was following him to the front, and it took the whole race, but I finally got him there.
So it seemed like the two of you were fast from the start and got to the front, and really you were pretty much gone from the rest of the field, but you were so even. Coming through, what was the success early on getting through traffic with the car?
Yeah, I don't know, man. You never know where they're going to go, and you know, they're telling them to go to the bottom, and I was kind of already down there, so I was kind of like, I'm going to need to, you know, figure something else out, and I think that's where, you know, the race got kind of taken away from him. You know, he's out front, you know, he's a sitting duck. He's got to change his line before I do, and I was watching him move out and out and out, and he wasn't making any speed, so I just kept trying the bottom. Then I made the middle work there. There was one little strip of brown through the middle, and I snagged it and was able to make it work.
Well, congratulations, Danny. Who do you want to thank? I know you got a lot of people to help you.
Yes, CNS Equipment, Short Load Concrete, Bank Tree and Lawn Care, Skanks Carpentry, Man Miller Electric, My Place Smoked Meats, Napa, Gary's Septic Service, Buck Racing Engines, Jack Lehner. He's been a huge help to me, man. We've been fast since we've gotten on his stuff here, and me and him have been bouncing ideas all year, and just keeps getting me better and better. So big shout out to him. Tanner at the shop, my wife, my in-laws, my parents. Man, I worked all my crew guys. You know, Mike. This is number 3 now for him. I worked him pretty hard tonight. We knocked the front axle out of it in that heat race. I was trying to scuff tires on the other car, and I'm tired.
Let's hear it for Danny Buck. He's your point leader again this week and making a statement here in 2025.
Thank you.
Let's hear it for Danny Buck. And Danny's going to pick the 50-50, and then we'll go grab Tanner down here. The 50-50 is worth $375. It is a green ticket. If you have a green ticket, you're still in it. 476-183. Green ticket, 476-183. I guess I'm going to hold it for a second. Let's get an interview real quick here with Tanner Van Doren. Tanner, you know, as an announcer, you don't root for anybody, and I'm friends with everybody. But boy, I really wanted to see you get your first one. You are this close. It's going to come soon, man. If the car's like that.
Yeah, you know, we had a really good night here. You know, it's been a tough week. We lost my pappy, so. You know, it's been a rough week, and you know, we still got the funeral on Monday, so it's still going to be another long week. But you know, that one was for him, and we almost got him one. But you know, it is what it is, and we're going to come back and try even harder.
Absolutely, I can tell he's watching down on you. You know, everybody here's condolences are with you with that. Anybody you want to thank? Because boy, there's a lot. You were inches away. So anybody you want to thank?
Prime Design Landscape, Sargent Hoffman Electric, Hoffman Discount Parts, my dad, Donnie, AJ back in the pits, Cindy, my mom, my brother's here somewhere. That's everybody that helps us, and you know, we're coming a long ways here. I'm still young, but no, we're so close. But we ain't gonna give up, that's for sure.
It seemed like the lap traffic was actually helping you there. I thought they were going to, because he liked the bottom and you liked the top, and it just seemed to play into it there. But was the cushion getting farther out as the race went?
Yeah, I had to kind of find like the middle almost. Then in 3 of the last lap, I just overdrove it a tiny bit and just kind of slid up. And I probably, if I didn't screw up that you know, inch, whatever, you know, that tiny bit, I probably would have won that race. But you know, Danny's won a lot of races here, and you know, I'm still working on my first one, but you know, we're close here. You know, he won the Dale race here last year, so you know, that's Tuesday. So you know, I get to look forward to that and hopefully run good like this again.
All right, go get him. That first one's the hardest one, they say, so you're right there. Let's hear it for Tanner Van Doren, who put a heck of a race together today and finishes just a couple feet short.
What a great modified feature it was. This is the way they finished. Danny Buck was your winner. Tanner Van Doren was second. Billy Pouch Jr., a great run. We were watching that battle up front, but he went from 5th to 3rd in the closing laps. Davey Salmons was 4th. Dominic Buffalino 5th. Ryan Godown 6th. DJ Hunt 7th. Matty Ice, Matt Stangl 8th. Anthony Tramontana was 9th. Jimmy Housworth was 10th. Jack Butler 11th. Cole Stangl, Johnny Bangs. Steve Davis, Joseph Brown, Will Dupree, Chris Garback, Brian Cool, Tom Princiata, and then the 20 to 25th did not finish. Pat Wall, Paul Mancini, Kevin Borden, Wade Hendrickson, and Corey Cormier, rounding out your field. One more race left before we say goodnight. A 15-lap full-fendered frenzy with our street stocks. And this is the way they'll go to the green flag. On the pole from Jackson in car number 72, it's Scotty Freed. On his outside from York, Pennsylvania, originally from Freehold in the 17, Shane Grosso. Brian Ludwig will start 3rd in the 94. Patrick Force will start 4th. Corey Fleming will start 5th. Then it's Rob Ormsby, Chris Allen Sr., Gary Klimchek, Mike Baldwin, Joe Reed, and Jeff Handel. By the way, folks, if you're looking for a sprint car, Big Al Cheney's sprint car is for sale. Last call before he strips it to the bare bones. You need a big boy driver to fit in that big boy sprint car, so see Big Al Cheney. He's sitting right down there in Section 5, I believe, is where he was. Yeah, there he is. That car is for sale. It's got a feature win on it. We'll see if the Street Stocks can match the excitement level we just saw as Mikey Baldwin needed a push start there. And now Shane Grosso problems in the 17, getting pushed back to the pit area, it looks like. So a couple cars with gremlins plaguing the caution laps here before we go green on the street stocks. Yellow flag stays out. A couple cars in the pits. Shane Grosso retiring early before the green flag falls. This time by, fans, is your wave lap. The final wave lap of the night. Start in turn 4. Keep that wave going all the way to turns 1 and 2. Scotty Freed. Leading the way, Brian Ludwig on his outside, Patrick Force, Corey Fleming, Rob Ormsby, Chris Allen Sr., All right, 15 big laps of full fendered frenzy action coming at you momentarily. Scott Freed and Brian Ludwig, your front row. Double green flags in the air. We're racing with the street stocks. Charging into turns 1 and 2, 3 wide. Look at that run on the outside by Corey Fleming, Brian Ludwig, and Pat Force. Here comes Rob Ormsby up the inside of the 19. Scott Freed going to lead lap 1 as, wow, Pat Force all sorts of sideways. They're going to go 3 wide into turn 1. Look at that battle on the outside. Corey Fleming gets by. He now has his sights set on Scott Freed. Charging out of turn 4. Scott Freed in the 72, your leader. Here comes Fleming. Corey Fleming in the 704, using that outside groove to keep the momentum up. He's going to switch lanes, dives to the inside, gets a nose under Scott Freed. He's going to back off. Entering turn 3, now out of 4. He's going to step on that throttle side by side. New leader, Corey Fleming. A great piece of drying by Corey Fleming as Freed tries to challenge back on the inside. Nothing there. Corey Fleming, your leader once again through 3 and 4. He's all by himself now, this time out of 4. Pat Force and Scott Freed side by side, fender to fender through 1 and 2. Patrick Force, you saw what he could do playing wiffle ball. He's a pretty darn good street stock driver as well, battling for second. Patrick Force and Scott Freed enter 1 and 2. Once again side by side, now Force inches ahead. Meanwhile, we're keeping our eyes on the 19 of Rob Ormsby. He's kind of stuck behind Brian Ludwig. That battle going back into turn 3. Now Ormsby to the inside. They make contact, they look like, as Ormsby gets alongside and passes Ludwig. Behind them, they're now wheel to wheel once again. Chris Allen Sr. and Brian Ludwig, fender to fender. That battle coming out of turn 4. Look at Chris Allen to the outside wall. Chris Allen nearly scraping the outside wall as here comes Climb Check. 3-car battle exiting turn 2. That battle is for 5th, 6th, and 7th. Good 3-car racing out of turn 4 once again. Oh, and Climb Check and Ludwig get together. Halfway, 8 laps in, 7 to go, make it 6 this time by. Corey Fleming, your leader, but here comes Patrick Force. Battle for the lead, closing in as they enter turn 1. Here comes Patrick Force, closing in on the back bumper of Corey Fleming. We're watching that battle for first and that battle for third. Rob Ormsby has caught up to third. Rob Ormsby now to the inside off of turn number 4. He gets around Scott Breed, move Ormsby up to the 3rd position. 5 laps to go, the Hi, how are you lap? 5 laps to go. It's a battle for the lead, and you cannot count out Rob Ormsby. Out of turn 4, this time by 4 laps to go. Corey Fleming looked like he slowed momentarily off of 4. Patrick Force is right there, and here comes Ormsby. Ormsby's got to make up about 6 car lengths going down the backstretch, and it will be a 3-car lead battle for the lead here. This time by 3 laps to go, 3 to go for Fleming. But Patrick Force hot to trot in the 18. Patrick Force right there now stalking Corey Fleming. With a lap car up ahead. Oh, here comes the lap car of Jeff Handel. They're going to have to get around Jeff. Jeff moves to the far outside. That'll allow the leaders to get by on the inside. No, not that time. 2 laps to go, 2 to go, and the battle for the lead is heating up. Fleming slowing down. Here comes Patrick Force on the outside. A lap and a half remain. Now that lap car is being used as a pick by Pat Force. White flag, 1 lap to go. Ormsby makes it a 3-car dance for the lead. Out of turn 2. Once again, Fleming sideways. That allows Patrick Force to drive away. He's got a 2-car length lead, but a big burst of speed by Fleming. Gets into turn 3 and 4 hard. Out of turn 4 this time by slow car right in front of your leader. Your winner, Patrick Force. A great race for the street stocks. Coming off that great race for the modifieds. Well, we didn't know if the street stocks could top that modified feature, but they came pretty damn close. And Patrick Force is going to find victory lane. We'll make our way down. How about a hand for the street stocks? 15 green flag laps. Folks, if you're heading out, thank you again for spending Saturday night with us. Don't forget, Tuesday night, it's going to be a hot one in the Pines. Short Track Super Series coming up Tuesday night. Stay tuned to our social media pages for all of our times.
We're following you.
Yeah, you're good. You guys are good. A very happy Pat Force finding victory lane. And he had to work for that one. K&G Marine Contracting, Mathis Construction Company, Destination Athlete, Destination Imprint. Getting all the safety gear out. Getting unbuckled and unstrapped. Getting the helmet off the Hans device. and he's ready to climb from the car momentarily. Caution free, green to checker, no yellows to help anybody, and that's what Patrick Force needed as he climbs out of the car. Folks, give him a hand. Pat Force, your street stock winner. There he is. Got a happy crew and family out here in Victory Lane. Come on over here. Hey, that was a great run. Tell us about, first of all, getting by Scotty Freed, and then you were able to get around Corey Fleming. That's hard to do, and you all held off the challenges of Rob Ormsby.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, first and foremost, I got to thank my family. I have to thank my crew guys, My family puts up with me in the shop all week long. My crew guys put up with me. They make this stuff possible. I have to thank Rob Ormsby and all the, effort and help and work he puts into this. But, the track was good. I just I learned from my mistakes last year. I have to be patient. So I just took my time and found a line I liked and waited for the right things to happen.
It almost looked like you were using that lap car at the end of Jeff Handel as a pick. You were able to get around him, and then that lap car took the line away from your competitors out there, and that really helped you secure the victory. But, it was close, and 15 laps might not sound like a lot. It's hot tonight. The track was nice and tacky. It's a big workout, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. It was hot all day, I thank the track for, letting us race tonight and getting the track good with how, dry it is and how hot it is. But, just time things right. I knew coming up on the lap car, he was kind of staying down, and Corey was running hard down there. So, we were pretty good mid-up. So I just, waited for the right time and made things work. Guys did a couple of things to help the car be better for the future, and it worked. So, thank God.
Congratulations and great job.
Thank you. And I want to thank everyone back there, including my haters.
Patrick Force coming out on top. Again, folks, as you're making your way to your vehicles in the parking lot, do not forget, Tuesday night, Short Track Super Series. And if you like the street stocks, we're going to have a big show next Saturday for remember our champion, our legend, the Bill Lika Memorial, coming up next Saturday night. Folks, that's it from us from New Egypt Speedway tonight. We appreciate your business. We appreciate your patience during the week after week after week of rainouts and crappy weather. That certainly has turned around in a hurry here. And we'll see you all Tuesday night. Don't forget, for the Short Track Super Series, stay tuned to social media for start times. They could be adjusted according to the heat. On behalf of Pete Wortman, General Manager Chris Moore, Mark Blackwell, Fred Valsing, my name's Jim Murdoch. We'll see you here Tuesday for the Short Track Super Series. Good night, drive safe, and we'll see you next week.